Sorry, I had it muted. My bad. Okay, so welcoming y'all. This is a different live. I'm like a little bit nervous because I have not done this setup on this channel. I've only used my streaming software on my main channel. I typically go live vertically on my phone on my personal channel, but welcome. This live, we're going to be doing a live rewriting session, a screenwriting session of scenes from episode 7 from All American Season 6, which is the most recent episode. I'm going to be sharing a little bit of thoughts around some things that have come to my mind and processing not only the episode but also the live in which I did yesterday that pissed me off to no end, because I have additional thoughts around that. And a lot of people they have been asking me for years to whether it's on the lives or like in DMs or whatever, of like, well, how would you write it, or what would you have the characters do? And I feel like you guys should be able to hear me now, right? Can y'all hear me? Make sure. I think you can. Can y'all hear me? Let me know, Angela. Let me know, Shanoa. Shanoa, yes, you were first, boo. Let me know in the chat if y'all can hear me. And let me double check real quick before I even continue, honey. Because Lord knows. I need to look her up. Okay, you can hear me? Perfect. People ask me often, like, how would you do this? So I feel like this is a great way to do that. So here we are. This will be like a little bit of a hodgepodge of various things, mostly unpacking the character development, the storylines, particular plot points, and then I guess also getting a peek into like how my process is, even though this would totally not be what my process typically is. When I have original ideas, it's more from an inspired place, where this feels very much more contrived and like I'm working within the parameters that the series has already set. So, but regardless, it should give a peek into like just developing ideas and going from like idea to script. So like putting it down on paper, which I guess could be helpful for aspiring screenwriters. I don't know. Y'all gotta let me know. I'm definitely looking forward to whatever feedback you have in the moment. Okay, let me... Okay, so let me post this to Instagram right now real quick too. Hey y'all, if you have asked me previously, what would I do differently? How would I rewrite this scene? What do I hope will happen? Then right now, my live is perfect for you. I'm currently live on my personal YouTube channel, and I'm rewriting scenes from season 6, episode 7 of All American, piggybacking off of some of the things that we talked about in my live stream after show yesterday, but then also some other things that have come to mind. Click the link right here and join. Sorry y'all, I should have did this beforehand, but I did. Bear with me. If you are checking in, say hey. Where you from? How you feeling? What are you looking forward to most on this live or whatever? Just share something so I can know that you here. Because I see the numbers of people who watching. But until you post something in the chat, honey, I don't know that you here. Okay. All right, that's done. Y'all gotta go see my my IG. Cause period, this is the energy I got for Jordan. Period. I don't give a damn. Period. Pooh. All right. Focus, Erica. So I have the original pilot episode script of All American pulled up. Hey, TJ. Angela says, I want to visualize your perspective. So you're excited. Oh, okay. Okay. I like that. I like that a lot. Hopefully this will do that for y'all. I've already written 4 pages, but I don't love them. Like I was on the plane like, I don't know if I like this. And I also hadn't rewatched the episode. So I was going off of my memory of what happened and I was out of whack in reference to the order of things. So we're going to work out the outline as well so that I have something to pull from, in reference to that. So first and foremost, let me scoot over a little bit. First and foremost, let's start with the pilot episode. And I had this posted a while ago on my website. I actually did a whole video where I watched the episode and did a comparison between the way the pilot script was written so that you guys could see the differences and some of the things that they kept. There was a lot of changes from the pilot episode that got like greenlit and sold to what they actually wound up shooting and what they actually stuck with. But this is really great. So if you are a writer or a new writer, hold on now. Let me open up everything before I got my sparkling water here, and then I also have my little immunity shot, which I had bought prior to I was traveling, and I left them in my fridge so that when I got back I could take them because I'm like, I don't want to get sick. When I got back from traveling in March, I got so sick, and I was just like, never again. Hold on. I didn't shake this. Hold on. I'm echoing? Hold on. Oh, because of Samsung. Sorry. Am I still echoing? Let me see. Am I still echoing? I shouldn't be. This one's not actually that bad. It's just a little tart. Like, bruh. Did it stop echoing? Okay, I'm good. Perfect. This was just a Trader Joe's Mighty C immunity shot. Okay. So here you can see I have the pilot script pulled up. And this is really great for new writers. If you are trying to practice, trying to hone your skills, you ultimately want to be staffed on a show. You're going to start with reading a ton of scripts so that you can get a feel for different things, how scripts are written, how tone is conveyed, character development, all of that. But also, not necessarily as much as when I first started writing, but definitely still it's a skill to have of like writing spec scripts, which would be like your take on a story. And it used to be called for a lot more, like 5-6 years ago and even longer. Because I know I wrote a bunch of specs when I first got here to LA, and they were used like you had to submit an original script and you had to submit a spec script or a speculative script, which is basically you writing your version of an episode of something that's already on the air. And it's a way for them to be able to assess, you know, your talents, not only from your original writing, but also like how can you adapt your tone, your voice, your skills to something that's already on the air. So I've actually spec'd an All-American script, and I still have it. I did this years ago. I think I did this like after season 3, and it was for like 2 seasons ahead or something. I don't know. But this is really great in like being able to go to the pilot episode, because you're going to get, in rereading this and using this, you're going to get the tone that the creator had in mind. You're going to get the like vibe. You're going to get the structure. You're going to be able to pick up on very key elements that set the foundation for every All-American script that comes after it. Or if this was like Grey's Anatomy, every Grey's Anatomy script will have certain elements of the pilot, because the pilot episode has basically all the meat and potatoes in it. So I have this pulled up just to make sure that or to brush up for myself in reference to how the pilot was written, the tone that they were operating in, so I can try to tailor my voice, my thoughts, my perspective, my ideas to how it would be conveyed within the series as it was created previously, if that makes sense. I'm going to try to check the chat as much as possible, so just put your comments and questions in the chat. And I'm going to keep looking over, but in the meantime, I'm just going to go. So this is the first episode, as I mentioned, and I'm already noticing, which I feel like they have also deviated. So they're in a tricky spot, right? Because season 6 of All American looks a lot different to season 1 of All American, but this pilot, I recall, is like amazing. And I am going to lean into this because I also don't have any of the season 6 or 5 scripts to be able to like try to match my tone and style to their new style of writing. But one of the first things that I'm going to note is like my script doesn't have this fade in there. They love to use guard shots a lot. If you go back to season 1, they did a lot of establishing shots, and this description is just so very true to what we got to see, and it's setting the tone for that episode in episode 1. I'm not going to read this whole script, but I'm just going to browse it for myself really quickly. But that's one of the things that pop up. So I need to definitely do more establishing. But then also, okay, so like, just to be clear, I'm not rewriting the whole script for the episode. I'm rewriting the scenes that I hate. I'm rewriting the things that I have the most conflict with. So I gotta keep that in mind, because I literally just went to the process of like, if I was gonna write this whole script for a whole episode, like, girl, you're not doing a whole episode, so you don't even need to do, I don't need to do establishing, actually. Okay, action sequences are typically quick cuts. Cool. I like this. One thing I remember is it's like very direct in what they use to communicate certain things within the scripts, or within this pilot script. Grown, Naniner, Spencer's pissed. Like, this is very succinct, but you know exactly what this looks like, and if we were to watch the episode, you would know the exact moment that this is tied to. Man, we need more of this in like the current iteration of the gameplay that we get to see, because we used to get so many moments of like Spencer's focus, and like you get to see how unique and innate his talent was on the field, and being able to see the whole field and be able to predict certain things. I really wish that we got more of that. All right. Okay, so I'm going to use this as a reference, but I'm going to go to my script to start. And I still have to pull more shots. I'm going to do my best to not change the order of how things happen in the episode. And just so we're clear, most of the things that I really want to adjust and change are tied to Jordala and how Olivia handled Ashley. Other than that, I don't really give a damn. And it will make this a little bit more contained and not take all damn night. Okay, so this is where I am at. So like I said, I did 4 pages on my iPad, which I'm using Final Draft 11. So that's, so you guys know, I have the mobile version on my iPad, and then I have this desktop version on my laptop. Because it's the same format, so like I started it on my iPad and I could just send it to my desktop and open it up, and it was perfectly fine. So I told people this the other day, but if you don't want to pay like the $100-something initially for Final Draft and you have an iPad, then pay like $20 for the iPad version and start there, and it gives you all of the same functionality, the auto formatting and all of that comes with it, for a fraction of the cost. And then once you're able to afford the desktop version, you can get that, and then you can go back and forth between the two. But this is where I'm at. So we are starting in the GAU locker room. This scene is intercut with Olivia and Spencer talking, and this is how Spencer was able to like oversee this, or like stumble upon this interview that Coach Mack and Jordan was doing. I'm really glad that I rewatched this, and I'm going to have to rewatch a couple other scenes, because I didn't pay attention to the fact at first, y'all, that Jordan went to New York for 2 weeks to like do the Heisman ceremony. He didn't wind up getting it or whatever, like was in contention and didn't wind up getting it. So that's why he was gone, which means this also means that Spencer did not get a Heisman. And he's about to exit college. And we're just going to gloss over that and ignore that fact. And he's just perfectly fine with it. That does not actually sit well with me. And that didn't land well. That didn't land for me with the first watch. So now, even in what I wrote, I didn't take into consideration that. And I was very much so focused on Jordan and how we could actually set him up to truly be a supportive partner who don't know what to do, but come across less selfish and more prioritizing Layla. And now when I think about it, I'm like, damn, I need to build in some type of something, acknowledgement on Spencer's end of where he is currently at, not receiving a Heisman, not getting any notoriety, having to sit out the first half of this game for the playoffs. Like, how the mighty have fallen. And for all intents and purposes, and watching the original episode, it just seems like it's water off of his back and it's no sweat off of his brow. And no, I don't want him to be having some type of selfish emotional rant about it, but I do expect for him to have a feeling. I do expect for him to have some type of reflection. I do expect for him to have some type of thought. And the way that some of this stuff is reading within the series thus far is so one-track minded on whatever the writers is trying to get across, specifically with this character in this moment, and completely negating any other feelings or any other humanity that the characters will have. That just does not feel true to who these characters have been thus far in the series, at least for me. I don't know if y'all would agree, but did y'all catch that, like, Spencer did not get considered for the Heisman? He was not invited to New York, so he did not get it, and now he's just like perfectly fine. And this is supposed to be his last college season, so like, he ain't saying boo? Boo? I don't know if it's just me. Y'all could tell me if it's just me. Micah says it was crazy to me that Spencer didn't care at all about the Heisman, given how prestigious the award is. Yeah. And I honestly, on the first watch, so I didn't mention this in the live, but on the first watch, I didn't even register all of this. I'm like, this is a big deal. And it could potentially be a big letdown for a star, a talent, a once-in-a-generation person like Spencer. What are we talking about here? So, y'all, I'm definitely going to have to build that into my script because I don't have it as of yet. And I hate that for me. But I don't. And welcome in, Micah. Thank you for your comment. Sorry, I'm opening up Discord right now as well. Let me put this here so I can see a little bit clearer. Yes, I thought everything was too perfect for one of the dreams to not be accomplished. And then if Jordan was a Heisman finalist, like they said, shouldn't that mean he's a high draft prospect? Because that's how it usually works in the NFL. So I don't know how it works. So part of what I would have to do as a writer coming in to like write this episode is that is part of what I need to show y'all on this live of like, I would need to do research on a Heisman because I don't know. And I was just like, this doesn't feel like something that would just be like, oh, well, whatever. It's like almost like, I don't know. Like, my favorite shirt isn't clean, so I'll wear another shirt. Like, that feels like what we were given. And it's like, no, this is a big thing. This is a big thing on what I would presume Spencer's bucket list to be, or to do ambition list, and y'all just played in this boy's face as if it doesn't matter. Also, that we can get the cutesy moment between him and Olivia talking before his pregame ritual of like working out alone. And also, like, what that is affirming of, like, he works out alone and he's that serious about this, and a boy who is not that damn serious was taken into consideration, flown 3,000 miles, still didn't get it, and he don't have no feelings about it. Child, I'm gonna need us to be so for real expeditiously. Angela says, I don't understand how Jordan wasn't considered an episode or two ago, and now he was a finalist. Well, they started introducing that concept 2 episodes ago, where they were like, Spencer and Jordan, but the way they did it, they didn't really make it super clear. So I understand how you could have missed it. But in looking up the Heisman, is awarded annually to the most outstanding players in college footballs. Winners epitomize great ability combined with diligence, perseverance, and hard work. It's presented by the Heisman Trophy Trust in early December before the postseason bowl games. Yeah, they really trivialized the Heisman Trophy and the conversation around it, and Spencer's desire to be in that ilk of people. And I hate that. I hate that. Billy wasn't a finalist, but Jordan is. It doesn't make any sense. So, going back to my scripts, which again, I'm going to have to tailor a little bit more, because I did not, when I wrote this, I didn't even hear that part of it. So, I got Spencer just focusing on Jordan. But, okay, so this is my goal within this scene. If we're coming into the episode and we know that Jordan is grappling with sitting idly on his hands and not being able to do nothing for his fiance, not believing that she's making the great decisions for her own health, and wanting to do something, wanting to fix it for her, which men typically do. They think that they're the most logical beings and they want to fix things. And if they're not able to fix things, they feel useless, and then they get pissed and they get frustrated. Cool. All of that I'm not even mad about, because some of that is innately within men's nature. Cool. But it's how it's actually displayed. I've had a bunch of conversations in the last 24 hours, whether it's in the comments or the DMs, about how Jordan is not wrong. And like one guy who I really respect a lot he said, I'm gonna read y'all what he said, just so I don't get it wrong. He said, I actually didn't blame Jordan too much, because I was talking about how annoyed I was with him. He said, specifically with the point brought up between him and Layla about her weaning her meds. I feel like if someone I love started weaning off their medication without talking to a doctor, and they told me that, I would be kind of watching them like a hawk. And then if they also told me that they would speak to the doctor about it but didn't prioritize actually doing it, I will also always be asking them about it. And after she told him that he was triggering her, he did leave. After he told her that he was triggering her, he did leave and ask Olivia to talk to her instead. And while that makes sense on the surface, that does not serve the narrative of like you actually fully care about this person. And I think that this is the greatest opportunity for a lot of men and specifically what y'all taught and like how y'all are taught to be men and how y'all are taught to like provide and protect and all that kind of stuff, because that response to me is completely devoid of empathy, grace, and all of the other things that you need to really contextualize things. Everything in life is not black and white. Specifically with women within America, within the healthcare system, it's not black and white. So yeah, she said she was going to go talk to her doctor and better manage weaning off of her meds. But we also need to have a conversation and take into consideration the context of like, she only started weaning off her meds because you were on her ass about not caring about things pertaining to this wedding the way that you did, because you have decided that she is your now earth, sun, moon, stars, and you're kind of expecting her to make you her earth, sun, moon, stars when she has multiple businesses, a whole life, and relationships that she's also still trying to manage on top of her mental health struggles. So we're only in the place that this is actually a conversation because of how her fiance was reacting to her and her being made to feel guilty and shamed for how she is performing and or not performing in accordance to her fiance's standards and expectations of her. So now this same fiance wants to hold the I gotcha over her head of, you said you was going to go talk to the doctors and you said you was going to do this and you said you're going to do that. Meanwhile, she's actively trying to figure out what's the best thing for her. Now, the additional context that's not going to come up for most men because y'all don't experience it. And this is a patriarchal society. I don't care how much people don't want me to say it or are tired of me saying it. I'm going to go ahead and say it. Men don't think about things that they do not have to because they are not taught and or required to. Women are taught to think about not only the things that personally affect us, but also that personally, physically, mentally, financially, emotionally, spiritually affect the people that we actually love. Because more often than not, our livelihood, our comfortability within our livelihood, and or our survivability is not specifically just tied to our experience as women, but also tied to who we are tied to. So we naturally think about more than just ourselves, how we feel and how we experience the world, but men do not. Black women specifically have a very strenuous relationship with medical doctors within the United States healthcare system. We are subjected, oppressed, and underserved and dismissed within the system. We have not been given, unfortunately, by the writers, any additional context for Layla's feelings about the healthcare system. We actually don't know why she has not talked to the doctors. So to hold over her head that she has not gone back to her doctors as if she is wrong and not taking into consideration any of her feelings that she might have, including but not limited to, what if she has told her doctors that she was numb 2 years ago when she first got on them and they told her you're supposed to feel like that? And she doesn't trust these people with her health, like a lot of Black women don't. I personally grew up in the academic system, was pursuing becoming a doctor all the way up until 2012. I have a master's degree in biology. I have done MD, PhD internships. Like, I have literally thoroughly explored that pathway, including taking the MCAT, all the way up until signing up for a particular medical school and matriculating. And still do not trust doctors in this country. So, again, most men won't actually take that into consideration, but to not do so and then to just assume that things are black and white and she has to do exactly what the hell she said and not take into context any of the other things and remove the autonomy that she should have as a person, a fully functional person, not your property, not your dog. Yes, she's your fiance, but again, that does not make her your property. To remove her autonomy in navigating her mental health struggles is not fair to her and immediately puts you in a position of leading with your ego and your expectations and not leading with wanting to do anything to support this girl in the way that she desires to be supported. And that is a struggle that a lot of men run into when navigating women and women experiences. Taking all of that into consideration, for me, Jordan is starting the episode there. And that is that is a big issue for me. I could only root for Jordan within this relationship with Layla with the lack and the shortcomings that he has, because I still believe he does not have the emotional intelligence. I don't think that he has the mental stability and wherewithal to handle a Layla. But if we're going to still be in partnership with this man and how we're going to make it work, then he needs to be stumbling with his incompetence, but leading with the best intentions and not leading to try to be right. And I'm going to take this to Tony BRN, put a comment on the live, and she said, Layla is wrong though. She should not be avoiding going to the doctor. She is not equipped to handle the situation. It is too much going on and she is coming off her meds. She needs some smoke too. Go see your doctor, girl. So this brings me to the question that I ask often in my real life when dealing with the real people that I love. Because it's one thing to be right and it's another thing to be in relationship. And oftentimes I have to navigate and negotiate, and I think other people need to, but don't even think about it like this. Do you want to be right or do you want to be in relationship? Because half the time that we are pursuing being correct, being right, we're doing so at the cost of dismissing, demoralizing, and invalidating a very real experience that somebody is having. And you being right just so that you can say that you're right does you no good and does that person no good. And now your relationship is fucked up. There is a time and a place to be right and to choose to do what's right. And it's a time and a place to concede and can know that you're right, but this is not the right time to press that particular issue. And I would argue that this is not the right time to press this particular issue. And trying to have the I got you over Layla, you need to talk to your doctors and you ain't talked to your doctors yet and I'm mad at you for it. This is not the time. The girl just experienced a break-in. You left for 2 weeks and help her put this place back together. She's still trying to figure that out. She's still trying to figure out what's going to happen moving forward. She been navigating weaning off her meds, again, tied to some feelings that you elicited for her, but she ain't even put in your lap or make you have to process and handle because she took it all on her own and decided to handle it in that way. She's also managing businesses, again, managing these relationships. So who are you to decide within her life what she can handle and how she can handle it? At this point, it's given if you want to commit her, then commit her, because it very much so feels like Jordan is positioning himself as the arbiter of truth and the arbiter of what Layla should be doing. And if she don't do it, then she's dead ass wrong and she's doing a disservice to the relationship, to herself. Personally, from what we have seen, I don't see Layla wilding out. I don't see Layla tripping. I don't see Layla causing harm to herself. I see Layla using the experiences that she has already had because she has been down this road before. And while the medication is something new and something that's shifting, she is still using the very real lived experiences that she's had to navigate these stressful, anxiety-filled times, including her mental health issues, in a way that works for her. She's not rushing herself to make any kind of decisions. She's not putting her back up against the wall. She's doing the best that she possibly can, and she's maintaining her autonomy and her independence in doing so. And how Jordan is behaving is requiring her to give all of that up for what? So that Jordan can come in and say that he fixed something? By saying, yes, you went to the doctors because I told you to, regardless of how that doctor makes you feel, regardless of if that doctor don't make you feel seen and heard. Yeah, no, it's still an immediate no for me. And I didn't have all of these words to be able to articulate that on the live, but I do now. And that's my thoughts on it. And that's what I need to build in to this particular script that I'm rewriting the specific episodes. Heisman finalists and winners are either number 1 pick or top 5 in the draft. Are we supposed to take it as Spencer isn't high in the draft pick? I guess so. I took Jordan in the lounge to be very confrontational and combative. And so obviously the reaction from Layla in the lounge is -1 because the way he approached her was wrong. And I think that is a bigger thing. Too many people are focused on Layla is wrong because she didn't go to the doctors. Well, is that actually how you handle somebody who's already in a vulnerable state? Letting them know they're wrong. Your lounge just got broken into and vandalized. Patience is up against all that she's up against with this damn trial, and you feel guilty and tied to that. You have already made her feel like she is not showing up within this engagement, within this relationship as she should, and then you're going to go ahead and tack on some other things that is wrong on her part for a person who struggles with mental health issues and who has historically made a lot of things, took on a lot of things as if they were her fault just out of a trauma response. No, you're not even considering who the hell you're dating. That would be the last thing I would lead with. In this particular moment where she's experienced this, the last thing I would tell Layla is that she's wrong with anything. I don't give a damn if she tied her shoes wrong. I don't give a damn if she put something where I didn't want it to go. This will be the last moment that I would tell her she did something wrong. Because more than anything right now, she needs to feel affirmed. She needs to feel uplifted. She needs to feel truly supported. And support is more than saying, I support you. Support is actually doing those things. Angela says, I just thought about the stress of loss of finances because of these negative outcomes happening. Hello? Jordan ain't providing for her financially. That's also a great point. Okay, but then going back to my first scene. So what I position or proposition for this would be that Jordan needed to start the episode off trying to figure out what he could do to help Layla, because he has no idea, because he has no experience with any kind of mental health struggles, because he wasn't there for Liv when she was going through what she was going through, and he could see the signs of certain things, and he wants to actually be proactive when it comes to Layla because she's just so different that he needs to move different in this regard. So I'm basically bumping up this particular element of when Liv and Spencer told him to go do some damn research. He should have did that on his own and not needed somebody to tell him that. He should have felt the lack and the deficit of like leaving Layla to not clean up the lounge with her and support her in that, not knowing what to do or how to help, and throwing himself immediately into something that can help him, grasping at anything that can help him outside of Layla so that he can try to better equip himself to support his partner. Does that make sense? Let me know if that makes sense, y'all. Okay, well, while y'all are letting me know that in the chat. So, I still, again, have it starting in the locker room. And this is so rough, y'all. Like, this is literally a first pass on the airplane. So, don't judge it too much. But my thought is Jordan might be at the locker room, but he is there going through books and research papers tied to depression and trying to get up to speed as quickly as possible on any particular thing that he can offer as a resource, as a tool, as something that Layla might have missed or doesn't actually know, because he feels so behind on the 8 ball. Erica, that is how the show should have started, with a 2-week break during his time in New York. Child, listen. Hey, Kofi. Kofi says, I hear what you're saying about Jordan. You're right. However, I do think he caught between a rock and a hard place, because I understand his frustration, but I see he made an adjustment towards the end of 7. The problem is, Kofi, the harm that is done in the meantime, in between time. And it's very easy to take a 50,000 foot view and be like, oh, well, he got there, so it's all good, and Layla's smiling and going to have sex with him at the end. But the digs and the dagger that she experienced by being triggered by him are still very real effects that are sitting in her body that she's holding. It's traumatic moments that she's holding. And maybe because y'all don't feel it like this, or y'all don't look at it like this, so y'all are easily able to disregard it. But these type of things are the culmination of experiences that create overall trauma coming from our romantic partners that women experience and we suffer from, and it scars us. So they might have kissed and made up at the very end, but the tears that she almost had, the verbal abuse that he was exacting upon her, that shit actually is real. That shit, you like feel it. So it's not as simple as like, oh, he figured it out at the end. And that's something that I need men of today to understand, that because y'all need to be a little bit more proactive, way more proactive than you think you are, because it's not just about where you arrive, because it's also about the scarring, the trauma, the pain that you caused getting there. There's plenty of men who are on a journey and put that woman through hell and struggle love. And then there's so many things that we get to see stories online about, like, girl, like a man praising a woman for staying with him through all the times that he was dumb and cheating and inconsiderate and no empathy and this and that, but he made it at the end, and that woman is battered and bruised. Like, no. And that's why I'm saying what I'm saying. And that's why I'm making a point of it. While it might seem like to you I'm making a big deal of it, it's like, no, this is not a however. Because he might have arrived at a place of better knowing, but he arrived at that place at a cost emotionally and mentally to Layla Keaton. And enough. And this is what brings me to the feeling, this is like a visual that we can point to, an experience that we can point to now. But if we go back to episode 2, when I was already saying, like, Jordan is out of his league when it comes to Layla, this is why. Because I personally don't feel like Layla should have to experience the pain and trauma that she's experiencing because of Jordan's shortness and kirkness and disrespect and ghosting and the way that he leans on guilt and shame to manipulate people emotionally to get what the hell he wants. She's already in a certain place in vulnerability with her mental health. She should not have to experience this from this particular man because he is too callous, careless, and or ignorant to adjust his typical tendencies to the partner that he's with. So you can hear what I'm saying. And I could be right, but there's no however, there's no but. Like, he's wrong for it. And him arriving to a good place does not make the whole thing good. But again, going to the script that I have him starting out in the scene, still in the locker room, and Coach Mac has to come and basically pull him away from these papers because he's more focused on reading these articles and reading these books than he is about this stupid interview that he wants to do, that Coach Mac needs him to do. And this thing serves twofold for me because it establishes Jordan at a place of being selfless and thinking more about Layla truly and trying to support her on his own time. But then it also, to me, reestablishes that Jordan don't actually give a fuck about this football stuff. He is talented with it. He has lucked up, but that's not his priority, which to me piggybacks off of what he communicated at the cabin in reference to, like, Layla being his priority. This football stuff not necessarily is. So the fact that he knows that he's here for this interview, but Coach Matt got to come and pull his ass away from these papers because he's more so fixated on that. I feel like this particular starting this episode this way gives you that setup. Kofi says Layla should feel comfortable enough to tell him about weaning off the meds. Like, this is the man you want to marry. Y'all want to spend your life together. You can't trust him. Then what are we doing? I am trying to, and I talked about this on my previous live, but I am trying to rework how I communicate things, how I articulate things, because my goal is not to just be talking just to talk, but my goal is to be received and understood. So I need to speak in various ways so that I'm able to hit various comprehension levels, various understandings, various emotional levels, various maturity levels, various lived experiences, right? And that is truly going to be a challenge for me, which is great because I love a challenge. I love a job. I love this is how you can grow and this is how you can be better. I find myself burnt out and frustrated more often than not in moments where I feel like there's nothing I can actually do. So with your response, Kofi, I am trying to figure out how to better communicate my point that I made in this live, because you basically just reiterated a point that was said yesterday. And I understand that some men feel this, but to even like break apart what you're saying, right? So you said Layla should feel comfortable enough to tell him about weaning off the meds. Like, this is the man you want to marry. Y'all spend your life together. If you can't trust him, then what are we doing? So are you saying that there's no person that ever gets into a relationship with somebody and moves to the next level still having reservations and trying to navigate that and figure it out as they go along? That's question number one. Point number two, which I'm going to attempt to say in another way, because I feel like I've already said this, but for men specifically who have this particular position, do you understand how communicating that Layla should do X, Y, and Z completely takes any responsibility off of Jordan within the relationship? And it naturally positions the man to not have to do anything to earn and or gain said comfortability and safety that you feel like she should automatically have within this relationship, which I personally don't believe to be realistic. But again, I'm a woman, a black woman specifically in America, so I have very different experiences that have taught me I am not entitled to any loved one's trauma, lived experience, story, explanation. I am only gifted those things when they feel comfortable enough to do so. And their comfortability is not specifically solely tied to their willingness to speak it to me. It's also in the environment that I create and the language I use in communicating safety to them. Does that make sense? Let me know, because I can unpack it further. Please. Layla should feel comfortable enough to tell him about weaning off her meds. And Jordan should create an environment within their relationship where she can be comfortable enough to do so. You cannot make one statement without also adding the context and the expectation of the other. Because if you only lead with your first statement, you are only requiring the woman within the relationship to do any type of emotional and mental labor needed for her to feel most comfortable, safe, and secure to be 100% honest within this relationship. Especially if it's about stuff that's specifically tied to her. Because quiet is kept when you join into a covenant, a relationship with somebody. The general expectations which are typically considered upon are you being honest about the things that directly affect the other person. But you are not automatically guaranteed or given things that are directly, innately impactful to me specifically, regardless of how indirectly you feel that they affect you. I'm trying to give Kofi a little bit of time to type a response. I'm going to go ahead and read the other ones, but I do kind of want to hang here at the whole Layla should feel comfortable enough to tell him about weaning off the meds. And I want to send this to Naya real quick because I think that she would really like this conversation. Angela says mental health issues are like having a scar and you can't see the inside, but you can only see the scab that has developed. You don't know how bad the injury really is. That's a good point. Micah responded to Kofi and said it's not necessarily about trust. Jordan doesn't know how to handle Layla's mental health issues. Her whole reason for not telling him was justified in the episode because he can't handle it. Angela said we only talk about people who can understand we only talk to people who can understand our issues. We can love somebody and not feel comfortable explaining things that are difficult to express. That part, and I think I'm so glad that you brought that part up, Angela, because we could not feel comfortable explaining things that are difficult to express, but you could also just not feel like it. Like, I go to, depending on what life thing I'm dealing with, right? I go to particular people in my life because I don't have to do okay, let me give you the context, let me give you the explanation, let me do all of this. That ultimately builds in a little level of like me having to defend how I feel, me having to pre-validate how I feel, what I think, before I can just tell them and they can give me some kind of thoughts based off of what they already know, what they have already experienced, and what I know to already be true, right? Like, there's countless things that I do talk to my parents about, but there's countless things that I won't talk to them about because they have very specific ideals. It will just require too much to get them to a place to fully, openly be able to understand what I'm saying and give me actionable, good advice in regards to certain things. And I think that it's unrealistic to think because you start bumping uglies with somebody that they magically now have every key that they need to be able to unlock every single door that makes up who you are as a person and all of the things that have built you, whether it's good, bad, or indifferent. That's ridiculous to me. Kofi says, yeah, it makes sense, I guess. What do you mean you guess? It either does or it doesn't. And I am staying here and harping on it because I personally believe that this is tied to my life's work. Like, I am born in the generation that I'm born in. I am given the platform that I have, and I have such very visceral feelings about men and how men specifically engage with women in my generation because I am here to help hopefully bring some of you niggas along. I want the best for you, Kofi. Like, I want a love that is just unprecedented, remarkable, borderline unreal for the day and age that we're growing up in. And that only happens when you have a clear understanding about life that is bigger than what your perceptions and what your experience as a black male in America is. If more black men embrace the voices of black women specifically, but women in general, and understood things from a greater perspective other than their damn malehood, y'all would be some very powerful individuals within our society. Kofi goes on to say, I'm just annoyed with how this is playing out. Jordan got to be better. I agree, but I understand his statement about Layla feeling safe with him. That I understand completely. You don't make people feel safe with you by telling them be safe with you. Like, I'm now considering how I say certain things and finding new ways to say the same exact thing because I do want to have more conversations with men. I want to build up my tolerance and not get so frustrated and so annoyed with very closed minds that I feel like a lot of y'all have. So that is me making an effort to create more safety for people who might not feel comfortable talking to me, might not feel comfortable giving counterpoints. Like, I pushed very hard on you yesterday in reference to your perspective, and now I'm like slowing it down and thinking differently because what? Because my goal is for you to fully understand and to feel it. And not to feel it in a way of like you have to be shamed for your malehood, but to feel it in a way of like, I don't actually live this, but I can understand how that could be hurtful. I can understand how that could be damaging. I can understand how that will wind up being an obstacle or a problem. And I don't actually want to do that for another woman. I can respect this character. I can love this character. I can support this character. I can want to stand this character down. But I also understand when this character is making moves that is just not good for him, his partner, or himself. That's what I hopefully would love to gain in reference to my male audience and like y'all's understanding of things. if I'm gonna be 100% transparent. So for me, his statement of Layla needing to feel safe with him falls on deaf ears. It means nothing because you're not doing anything to actually make her feel safe besides dicking her down. And y'all seem to think that magic stick is going to solve everything, and it don't. We can have sex with you and still have very real problems and still not feel safe with you. Whether right, wrong, indifferent, and or dumb, I continue, not immediately after, but I continue to be in love and have sex with a man who burnt me. It don't always make sense. And again, I could have very well not felt safe. Now, I didn't do it unprotected anymore, but I cannot feel safe in certain regards and still make certain decisions because I have a certain love or I have a certain affinity. Like, let's be real, call a thing a thing. I think if he builds on, what he did at the end of episode 7, it'll be better for Jordan in the long run. Because if he don't tighten up, he could lose her. And he said himself Layla, and that would be tragic. I don't disagree, but I'm saying all of what happened in episode 7 shouldn't have happened, and there's very real scars and ramifications that's going to come from his tantrum that happened there. Because while they got to the very end and kissed and made up, she still was triggered and felt triggered and articulated how she was triggered. And whether people want to accept it or not, those particular triggers are little traumas, and they affect your relationship, even if somebody says it's okay. I specifically talked about feeling triggered by Erica James yesterday. And I haven't talked to her specifically about it, which I probably should. But those triggers, and like now that I've been able to process it, and if y'all want to know the details about it, go watch my live from earlier today. That now will continue to affect my perception of her and my relationship moving forward. I don't have no ill will and or angst towards her. I understand her position to a certain extent. I don't agree with it, but I accept it and I kind of understand it from what I believe to be true. But her triggering me in the ways that she did now affects our relationship. Whether I'm at her throat tomorrow or not. You get what I'm saying? Like, that's the part that I want people to be able to see. And the series does the audience a disservice in trying to wrap everything up in a bow and not actually address that, while still trying to have these very real, actualized, fully authentic characters. So for me, it's bigger than that. Angela says, love is an action. It's patient, kind, and it doesn't dishonor others. Yes. Jada Not Famous. Hey, welcome in says, y'all gonna hate me, but as a woman, even I agree with Kofi. What parts do you agree with that Kofi is saying? And you know what? It's not, I don't hate you for it. Honestly, it's the part that has helped me better process how I felt triggered by Erica James on the live. Because there are going to be women at various parts of the journey, not trying to pat myself on the back or anything or pedestalize myself in any way, but I do feel like I'm a little bit further along in an enlightenment journey around experiences within romance than a lot of women. So I have greater expectations, I have greater insight, I have a greater level of self-awareness, I have greater expectations. There are still plenty of women who are coming behind me who still have to experience certain things that push them out of accepting the bare minimum or less than the bare minimum. And this is no shade to you, Jada Not Famous. I don't know you or your romantic experiences, but you haven't communicated yet what you specifically agree with about what Kofi said. But if you're saying that it's all on Layla to make herself feel safe and to tell Jordan everything that there is to know about her without feeling safe within that relationship, then I don't hate you for it. I would look at it like you're a woman who has not had the benefit of a man fully seeing you, of a man making an effort to earn your trust in a world that is set up to demoralize you and in a lot of ways create non-safe spaces for you. I would go as far as to believe that you are perpetuating that particular expectation without the environment of safety because you were taught and socialized to. You don't know any different, which is not, I don't have no hate for that. Like, I personally feel like my content is for women like that to see something else and to know that there's something else. You can want more, you can expect more, you're not wrong, you're not difficult. Like, there's more, period. Micah said, I got a question. Layla sees that Jordan isn't a person who she can go to about this, and he doesn't necessarily know how to handle it, and he also triggers her. So why is Layla still with him? That's a very real question. I think that that part is a very powerful thing to play with as a writer within the series. And I would love to see that be part of her journey of like figuring that out. I think it could be, because from what we've been given thus far, like the season isn't over yet. So we don't know what the final say is, right? This is still an ever evolving or revealing story. But I would hope that that is the journey that we're seeing Layla go on, especially as she weans off her meds, because a lot of what we're seeing, and we're not getting a ton of sight into this, but from what I have seen thus far in her weaning off her meds, it has allowed her to be what she would perceive as more of herself, which is more, a little bit more vocal, a little bit more risque, a little bit less conservative in her language. And in that, in coming off of her meds and feeling more pride, bold, I don't know, I'm trying to find the words in a moment, but feeling more comfortable with saying what she feels, how she feels in the moment that she feels it, that might be a journey that she goes on where she starts to question, why am I actually with him? Because they experience these things that point out their disalignment. We're seeing more conflict within the Jordala relationship the longer she goes with, one, additional stresses within her life, but then also her weaning off her meds. And Jordan is not changing, but she is shifting. That is a very real story to tell. So I can't answer that question for you. I actually have that on a list as a video I wanted to make to explore some of the options that they might be toying around with. I'm not going to necessarily go into that here, but that's a very real question. It's a powerful one. And I would bet my bottom dollar that that's one that came up in the writer's room as they were prepping to do this season. Kobe says, to clarify, I understand why you're saying that, I guess. It's the I guess that's throwing me. Because the I guess to me kind of invalidates that you understand. It's just kind of like, I interpret, which I could be wrong, but I interpret when you put I guess on there, it's like you're saying it to satisfy me, but you don't actually agree. But you don't have to say it to satisfy me. If you don't agree, you don't agree. Hey, Nzinga, welcome in, boo. But Kofi says, I guess I'm going hard for Jordan because I have friends that are like Jordan and I'm trying to change them. Okay, so my question would be, how are you actually trying to change them while requiring them not to actually change and grow? Because your argument in reference to going hard for Jordan has been defending and excusing all of his actions, all of his behaviors tied to his feelings. And all that I have been saying is, like, if Jordan actually supports Layla and actually loves her as the star, sun, and moon that he's actually communicating and saying, then this is what that actually would look like, because this is not what he's actually doing. And you got smoke for me. And you got counterpoints for me. So I'm just trying to understand. But I love this particular conversation. I'm so glad I did this, y'all, because I ain't gonna hold you. Like, this is the part that I love. This is the part that, like, really has me so connected to screenwriting, specifically storytelling and filmmaking. This is the part, like, getting down to the meat and potatoes of what these characters are in reference to being based off of real people and how life actually goes, and being able to investigate certain behaviors tied to feelings and lived experiences and perspectives. And I like being able to dissect it in this way, because this part feels progressive and positive, and it feels like I'm doing something worthwhile. Versus yesterday live was so demoralizing for me, and it really made me want to quit, because it's just like, I'm not on here just to complain. Like, I want to be able to, like, even if I don't like something, how would I fix it? And I feel like that's what I'm doing here. And even in the real life personhood conversations that we're having around these characters that could be tied to real people, it still feels like I'm providing that same criticism, but I'm providing additional language and context to hopefully pull and get people to better understand. So I love this. I could do this all damn day. And this is honestly a lot of what it a lot of what it looks like in the writer's room, because you'll have a group of writers for a show, and one set of writers is rooting for this to happen, one set of writers is rooting for this to happen, one set of writers love this character, one set of writers hate this character, and y'all are battling, and y'all are having conversations and debates around story, plot points, actions, feelings, all of these things for these particular characters. And that's the job of the writer's room, to be able to flesh out all of this and then to be able to build it into a really engaging story to put on screen. Jada Not Famous says, I agree with his point that she should have told Jordan about it, and he definitely shouldn't have found out about the meds the way that he did. I think that we need to be careful with the shouldas, because again, for me, and you might not have been in here for that particular part, but for me, you can say she should have communicated this, but if you're not saying that Jordan should have also created a better environment for her to feel comfortable to, then that's not fair to her within this relationship. And our loved ones don't owe us everything about themselves, their traumas, their fears, all of that, until we earn it by creating safe spaces for them, especially in a world that's just so unsafe for us most of the time. And especially given the fact that a lot of our family is unsafe for us a lot of the time. Like, I think that it's just a gross over not over. It's a gross expectation to have simply because y'all are bumping uglies. It is. It just is. I have dated men who have been drug dealers, have gone to jail, have done certain things, and I was gifted with stories. I was gifted with shared perspective. I was gifted with certain things, but they didn't owe me those traumatic experiences. They only felt comfortable to share those things because I created an environment within our relationship for them to feel safe, like they wouldn't be ridiculed, like they wouldn't be judged, like they wouldn't, no additional harm would come to them whether they did it or not. And within this relationship, Jordan creates an environment where harm will come. And it might not be him raising a hand to Layla, but he will ghost her, he will shame her, he will guilt her if she does not behave in the ways that he expects her to behave. And that is the perfect example of like not creating a safe space. So eliminating the should. She should not have to, you can't expect her to do something that she's not sure is going to cause her harm or not. And in the idea of, I love this. Thank you for saying this way, because now it's making me dig a little bit deeper. In watching Jordan dismiss her feelings in previous episodes, shame her, like, oh, you ain't got time for me, you ain't doing this, do all of these things, he's creating an environment where she doesn't fully feel safe to just be. But then also has this back end expectation that everything that she has going on, she must communicate. And damn, I think I lost it. I personally don't understand how you can have an expectation for somebody to disclose and give you all of them, while also reacting very negatively consistently when they show you sides of them that you don't like. I think I said that in a way that makes sense. But y'all tell me. Hey Dominic, welcome in, boo. I'm sorry the live yesterday felt demoralizing for you, Erica. I remember when I left, it was okay. What happened? It just got much more difficult for me, but it's okay. I thought about it because, y'all, I'm a thinker. I process things. I like ask myself why a lot. I ask myself, why do I feel the way that I do? Why do I feel hurt? Is this triggered? Why do you feel triggered? What was said? What was the part that stung the most? Like, I ask myself those things, and then that's how I kind of like process. So I'm fine now, and this is really great. But yeah, you will go back and watch. Like, Naya said she watched it and she saw it happening as it was happening. It was in my eyes, and I was like, I bet, because I felt it. Sorry, I think I'm like losing it on where I was at in the comments. I'm trying to go back, y'all. I'm sorry. I agree with his point that she should have told Jordan, and it definitely wouldn't have found. Oh, this is the part I wanted to say. So you have the expectation that she got to tell you everything, but you don't make it safe for her to do so. And on top of that, she knows that you have not experienced this. You were not there for Liv when she was going through something that could kind of be comparable to this. So she don't actually innately have any type of thing that she knows if she comes to you with this, she's going to walk away with this. So what incentive does she have to actually share this with you? You don't make her feel fully safe within the relationship, and you don't have additional resources, information, and or something to add that's going to positively affect her circumstance. I would have kept it from you too. There are plenty of people in my life who I love dearly that I don't share certain shit with because they just don't understand. I'm not about to teach them so that they can understand. It's too much work for me to actually do all of that. And on top of that, they don't have nothing that they can actually add to help me. So what is the point? But I'm also not a person who wants to just sit and complain just for the sake of complaining. If you ever hear me venting or complaining, it's me articulating my feelings and verbally, outwardly processing, because a bitch is always trying to come to a solution. A bitch is always trying to find a resolution. I am never really complaining just to complain. Even if I'm repeating certain complaints, I might be ruminating because I cannot find a solution and I'm desperately mentally trying to find a solution. But so the expectation that Jordan be told about something that he can't actually help her with, and we know that he can't help her with because we get the confirmation in episode 7 that he's out of his goddamn depths. On top of the fact that she already don't feel safe because he's already ghosted her, he's already gaslit her, he's already dismissed her feelings, he's already ignored her requests, simple requests within the relationship. And now y'all still pegging it onto Layla as she's 100% the problem when her chosen course of action is just to not involve him in something that is very heavy within her life, because that's the easiest thing for her while balancing it and the relationship. Yeah, no. No, she don't owe him a goddamn thing. Again, we are not entitled to our loved one's trauma and how they particularly choose to handle their certain lived circumstances. Unless she's about to commit suicide, unless she's about to do something that is 100% directly in the moment going to be harmful and he needs to step in and intervene in that regard, she is still owed autonomy and independence and figuring out how she wants to handle her particular struggles. And until Jordan positions himself within their relationship and her life as a resource to help with said struggles, she don't owe him any kind of disclosure about her feelings about said struggles. I like how that sounds. Does that make sense? Okay, let me see comments because I'm kind of behind. Trust comes in layers. I think I expect Jordan to be further along in his actions with Layla because he has known her for a long time, but nobody has expected more from Jordan in his relationships. And that is where the conflict is coming in. That is where people have an issue with me, because that is basically all I'm communicating. Jordan needs to do more. This is not on Layla. But too many people are socialized to give men an out in life. So they never have to evolve. They never have to step up. They never have to see anything differently because we lower the bar for them every step of the way. Micah says the show does this a lot, and I hate it every time there's an issue with Layla and Jordan. Someone comes to Layla and says to her, "Oh, he loves you," and it's like, so what is she supposed to do with that? Exactly, because somebody can love you and love you to the best of their abilities within the max of their capabilities, and that particular love could not be enough, because where you're at and what you need in reference to the love and the covering that you need in your life could be completely grander, greater, out of the world or the depth of the person that is quote unquote loves you. And neither one of you are wrong for it. Jordan can 100% be loving Layla to the best of his ability. But in how the stuff is landing, in the hurt that he is causing, it is just a clear sign to me that this is not the girl for you right now in life, because you are incapable of loving her in the ways that she needs to be loved. All right, I'm gonna read the rest of these comments, but I want to go back to the script because I want to keep this tied as much as possible to like me rewriting the script. So I'm gonna come back and read where I was at, but I set up the first scene again for Coach Mac to come in, and I guess I'll read it to y'all. I guess I don't know. I would love to do this like a table read, so maybe I need to cast some of y'all to be voice actors, and y'all can like read the stuff that I write, and I feel like that would be like so fetch, but whatever. So interior GAU locker room morning, Coach Mac enters feverishly to discover a preoccupied Jordan Baker sitting in front of his locker surrounded by books and printed papers. Coach Mac: Baker, we were waiting on you. Jordan doesn't break his focus. And y'all should be able to see the script. So I'm like reading everything, and if this was other people, then it would be a much clearer delineation, but I'm sorry, it's just me. Jordan doesn't break his focus. So imagine him still looking down at the papers. Right behind you, Coach. Spencer James enters from the side door. I need to fix that. Coach Mac: Now, Baker. He drops the paper and stands. Jordan: Yes, sir. He grabs his GAU fleece and fitted hat from his locker and follows Coach Mac out, passing Spencer. Spencer: Jay, I was going, and this is an interruption. So that little line at the end of on is interruption. Jordan: Don't let nobody touch that. I'll be right back. Kind of like pointing to the papers. And for me, this again, you want to kind of get in and be quick and clean when you're writing. So the scene doesn't need to be longer than it should be, than it needs to be. And you kind of want to get in late and leave early, kind of what they tell you in reference to tips for writing well and concisely. So for me, this particular setup is just to, as quickly as possible, establish that Jordan's focus is elsewhere. Even if he's in this football circumstance environment right now, his focus is on these papers. Now, up until this point, you haven't gotten anything in reference to what these papers are that he's actually looking at, which brings me to this next part. On his exit, pointing back to the mess on the floor, Spencer walks over, picks up a set of papers, reads. And this is just going to be the title of one of the articles, and Spencer reads it out loud: The Lasting Effects of Depression Medication. Off Spencer's gaze back towards Jordan and Coach Mac, now staging an interview in Coach Kenny's office. Coach Mac all smiles. And that to me is like the visual of how the dialogue of like the part that they were giving us in the scene, this little bullshit ass part, that would serve that purpose, so we can get the allusion to what this is, and we can put additional elements in later on in the script of like Coach Mac really coming for Coach Kenny. But I didn't need all of what they gave here, so I made it just a little bit of stuff in the description and kept it moving, right? So that was like scene one. And again, I'm only rewriting scenes that are tied specifically to the Jordala storyline. Specifically, how can Jordan do better and like actually align with what they're saying that he wants, or who they're saying that he is, and Olivia handling Ashley. Before I go into the next scene, any thoughts on that? And that's only the first page. That's like up to this point. I feel like that does a good job of just like establishing, like I said, Jordan in a place of like doing the work and trying to be an effective partner who might happen to be outside of his depths, might happen to not know what to do, but he's trying to figure out what to do as much as possible, and he's not making that Layla's problem. While y'all give me thoughts on this first scene, I'm going to go back and read some of the comments that I told you I was going to go back to. Jordan gaslights her all the time. He does. Jordan in that scene and how he got upset and Layla was trying to calm down told me where he is mentally and physically and emotionally in that relationship. Yep. I'm upset about the episode and Ashley 2 weeks of limbo from Olivia and seeing people praise the relationship. Child, I'm gonna do something with that if I still got time, child. Jada Not Famous says, I see the POV of the safe spaces in this show, though. We have seen Layla close off to everyone, though. It's just everyone else is be picking up on it. Jordan doesn't because he doesn't have that maturity yet. I think Jada Not Famous, that is an interesting assessment, because in season 4, the writers worked overtime to show Jordan as a safe space for her to disclose how she was feeling, which is how their relationship started and how he got into the gray area with his relationship with Simone. So basically for them to backtrack and to double down on Jordan not actually growing versus building upon that is doing Jordan a disservice, doing their relationship a disservice, and doing the show a disservice. To me. Dominic says my 10-minute limbo comment was in regards to me not being subscribed. So, sorry. I had to wait till the last minute before commenting. Yes, I'm sorry. Did you think Spencer did a better job? Did I think Spencer did a better job at handling Layla's mental breakdown? Give me a little bit more. Y'all got to give me more words now. I'm in the mood to like really unpack now. Come on now. Dominic says, when I don't share my thoughts with you, it's not that I'm not honest. I think you won't be able to understand where I am emotionally on my thought wave or thought process, and you're going to make me not express myself properly. That is very real. And that's it. It's not that you're coming from a deceitful place. Sometimes, like, I'm very clear if I don't share something with somebody. But I think when I was younger, I felt a lot of what you just described. And I'm not sharing with you, not because I don't love you, not because I don't fully trust you, but because I'm trying to take care of me right now. And the moment that I include you, I got to also take into consideration how you feel, what you think, what you going to bring to it. And it's like, I ain't got time for all that. I ain't got time for it. I ain't got time. Kobe says, did a better job in navigating Layla's mental health? And if so, what can Jordan Baker do to be that particular safe space for her? And if the roles were reversed, would we feel the same way about Layla like Jordan? I'm asking. Yes, I would feel the same exact way. And I think that you should know that about me by now. And me rewriting the script is showing you what I would do differently, what I would have the character Jordan do differently. So you're just going to have to like watch this play out. Because I've articulated my criticism for him, which is what he could do differently. But too many people don't actually register that. And more often than not, because y'all want to support the Jordan character, you defend his actions versus listening to my critique, and we wind up going at it. And I feel like now with me like rewriting it, this will help you better, like Angela I think said, better visualize what could change to positively make this a better circumstance. Angela says, I love this first thing. Oh, Micah says, you showing Jordan taking initiative, starting off the episode, researching, shows the audience he's trying to at least find a way to help her without knowing exactly what to do and say. That's my goal. That's the goal now. And you still get the element of Spencer walking in and not knowing what the hell he walking in on. Spencer can still have his little intercut with Olivia and conversation, all of that. All that can stay the same. I'm going in the order of the damn episode, y'all. And I'm literally only adjusting the parts that I don't like. Which is, let me make this disclaimer. I didn't do it at the top of the video, but like, no shade to the writers. I know the writers are artists and they're sensitive about their this is just what will work for me and what would address my specific critiques. But listen, I'm not saying none of the writers are terrible. I'm not saying any of that at all. I am just utilizing my talents in the space to find another way to communicate my feelings around it to my particular audience. All right, so going to, I guess will be the next scene. Interior GAU locker room later. And these are just like typical scene headings and whatnot, y'all. So I'm going to do a like screenwriting 101 video, which will explain that more if you don't know that particularly. But that's what that is. Dominic says, honestly, Erica, I'm glad you're rewriting it. It's a good visualizer because one, when I'm on social media, especially on All American Twitter, have mercy. It's like, wait, I can't fully see. It's like a market. I think you got more that you're going to add. Okay. Interior GAU locker room later. Spencer finishes the sumo set just as Jordan re-enters the locker room. So this will replace this particular moment after Coach Mac does his little whatever and walks off. Whatever. And then Jordan and Spencer start to have this talk. This is where this would actually fit in. Two, I'm glad we're able to come and share our thoughts or try to converse and understand why we feel what we feel. Yes, that's what I want for my platform. Okay. Spencer finishes the sumo squat set. I don't know what he was doing, but it feels like he was doing a sumo squat. So that's what I wrote. Just as Jordan re-enters the locker room. Spencer, Jay. Jordan walks into the weight room area. So that J is more like a call of like, this ain't normal. Don't just go back to what you was doing. Like, what is all of this? Which maybe I need to kind of flesh that out more, because in the original scene, Jordan initiates walking in, but I kind of would want it to be shot like Spencer is doing this. He sees Jordan go back to his locker room because it's kind of like an open area. You can see a bunch of things, and I want him to call out to him like, Nick, don't just go back to what you was doing. And Jordan walks into the weight room area. Spencer, what's all this about, man? Jordan, nothing, just more interviews leading up to the playoff game. I don't know how you do it. Spencer, not that. So like, not, he would, in that case, and I probably should say that too, but also it's like hard being a writer because you want to write enough to paint the picture, but you also want to give the actors room to like do it however they would do it and what feels natural for them. So I imagine Spencer being like, not that, pointing to Kenny's office and Coach Mac and his bullshit, but pointing to the damn floor in front of Jordan's locker with all these damn papers. Like, sir, what the hell is that? So Spencer says, not that. Spencer points to Jordan's research pile still staged in front of his locker on the floor. Jordan, nothing. You know, the period is very important because it's a dismissive, like, don't worry about it, nothing. Spencer, that's a whole hell of a lot of nothing, Jay. Jordan concedes. Jordan, okay, it's research. Spencer, I can see that. Why do you have it? Okay, and this is where it gets a little funny, y'all, because I don't want all of these lines of dialogue, but I want Jordan to communicate a little bit more. So this part is probably what I would rewrite to make it a little bit more concise, but I'm gonna read it as I have it right now. Jordan, because Spencer, my fiance is listening to her random ass business partner about her meds, and I need to either prove him wrong or find a solution so I can get things back to normal. That feels a little bit on the nose. So again, I would rewrite it to figure out how it could not be so on the nose, but that's the sentiment. Again, I wrote this on my iPad on the plane. I was tired. Spencer, Layla seems normal to me, man. Jordan, nah. She told me at the cabin that she was coming off her meds, but she hasn't talked to her doctor yet. I had to leave and go to New York without helping her put the lounge back together. Patience's trial is all getting to be too much. I know it, no matter how well she hides it. I will rework this dialogue as well, but all of that needs to be communicated in some way. And this would kind of like give the Easter egg, or not the Easter egg, but like start to allude to the conversation around the Heisman in New York. But again, I would have got rid of that whole goddamn interview part at the top that they originally had, because even the way that they provided that information, it doesn't work for me. And it doesn't account for Spencer needing to have some type of feelings around no longer being in the Heisman conversation. Spencer, well, why don't you just ask her what she needs, what you can do? Jordan, and show her I have no idea what to do? No, Spence. I might as well hand my fiance over to Ryan if I'm going to do that. Spencer, Jordan, Layla loves you, not Ryan. You need to let that go, man. Jordan, and you need to let me get back to my reading. I got 60 pages to get through before the game. Spencer, Jordan puts in his AirPods and finds his spot on the floor amongst the mess/research. Spencer, Soto, which Soto means he says it to himself. You better be ready to play. He exits the weight room. And then we go into another scene. And that would be the scene at the Baker Mansion, I believe. What are y'all's thoughts? How are y'all feeling? While y'all chime in and let me know, I'm going to I haven't pulled the screenshots from that yet, so I need to get that and like rewatch that scene of Jordan giving Layla the passes, because that's what the next scene that I have. I like how you aren't making it seem like Spencer knows Layla better than Jordan, especially since Spencer used to date Layla. Child. Even though I think that he does. But we trying to honor certain essences and things that they have put into the damn script since they want Jordala to be a thing. And that also comes to, that's a great point. Because that is something that is like not front of mind, but like definitely something that I wanted to keep in mind. And that's something that you have to do when you're a writer writing somebody else's stuff. So when you get booked into somebody else's room, you need to be able to go with whatever their motivations are, go with whatever they lay out for particular characters. And it's less about what you want and what you know. It's kind of like you having to form and fit what you're best at to the mission and plan at hand as communicated by the showrunner. Kofi says, good dialogue. It would make the end F Jordan conversation with Layla pay off. The end of the Jordan conversation with Layla? Is that what you mean instead of F? Thank you though. Dominic Child says, Jordan being able to be emotionally aware. I'm glad he said he doesn't know, and I can see him foolishly going on this ground with the paperwork scattered to do his set. Yeah, so that's also part of it. It's like, and for me, I'm also trying to think of like multiple layers of things happening. So like his top focus is Layla. And I'm like, well, Jordan is communicating that he don't know in the episode, but who is he communicating it to? Out of everybody, I would think he would keep up a front of like, he's a fiance and he got it. He knows his fiance to everybody but Spencer. Like at some point, if y'all really want these niggas to be brothers, you have to put Jordan in a position where he's not looking down on Spencer, trying to be the moral police in certain areas where he has room to try to blame Spencer for some shit that goes down, or resenting him. Like y'all literally only give us Jordan resenting Spencer and feeling away, or Jordan looking down on Spencer, wanting Spencer to apologize and cater to him. It's like, at what point do we really get to see him, like, even if it's not super vulnerable, but just divulge something, give Spencer something to let us know as the audience that like, yo, he really does fuck with this boy. He really does trust this boy. He really does love this boy. And to me, him being able to be honest and communicate all of what he would not say to Layla, all of what he would not say to Olivia, all of what he would not say to anybody else because he feels so out of his depth, particularly in this moment, but say it to Spencer, goes in line with like, okay, y'all are actually brothers or best friends, how you claim that they are. Or at least that's a part that I wanted to make sure that's a through line, if that makes sense. I feel like I look so crazy with like, I talk with my hands a lot, especially when I'm in creative spaces. So like as I'm processing the story, I'm like doing certain things, like I'm moving elements around. And I feel like y'all are watching me like, this girl is nuts. But I feel really great. Anyway. So I'm glad that you noticed that. And it makes the conversations with them a little bit more intentional and not so goddamn trite. And I would have got rid of that whole, I'm not sure how much longer I would sit idle. For me, I don't know how much longer I could sit idle becomes a part of his actions, because he's doing something with this idle time that is not subjugating and or blaming Layla for deeming him useless within her problem. Okay. From there, it was a scene of Asher and his dream. Okay. The Asher dream happens in between Jordan going to go give Layla these tickets. So let me rewatch that scene again real quick. Yeah, Layla seems fucking fine. Like, he comes in and he's like, talking about New Year's resolutions, blah, 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 blah. But speaking of resolutions, and she's like, oh, you're talking about the doctors and me weaning off my meds. I haven't talked to him yet. I'm more focused on the lounge, but I promise you I'm fine. And she seems perfectly fine. Sometimes you have to go with that. In supporting her, you have to trust her in certain moments. Trust her with herself. She hasn't given you a reason yet to not trust her with herself. Thus far, the only thing that she has done is said an inappropriate comment to a potential roommate that was a little untoward about y'all making sex noises. But up until then, like, she hasn't done anything that's like, oh my God, Layla's losing her mind and ready to crash out again. So why are we treating her as such? Don't worry, I'm seeing the dialogue and the story. Oh, Angela says, do you realize that Asher is the only one dreaming of their future? That is hilarious. Dominique says, I also like that Jordan and Spencer have a moment, because what I remember from the Spencer birthday, it's the only time I feel like they genuinely shared or like was in a brotherly manner. Yeah. Yep. And it just says, yeah, Layla was probably happy to be away from Jordan for 2 weeks. She seems fine. Like, when we first see her in this episode, I just pulled a screenshot so I can go to them. But when we see her ass, she seems fine. Like, what? I'm glad you're able to help us visualize your perspective and able to help us understand where you are from and the thoughts. Oh, okay. Yeah, this is fun for me. This is really fun. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get through the whole episode because it's taking me a long time to do it, but this is fun. Like, she looks fine, y'all. She looks fine. Bruh. And this is the moment where he gave her the ticket, right? I thought, because that's what I wrote. But again, I hadn't rewatched it, so I don't know if I was in line with the time. I'm going to rewatch the scene again real quick, sorry. Oh yeah, he gave her the ticket. There we go. Let me pull that screenshot. feel like Jordan is going off of what happened with her in season 2, and I think that's the Layla will come back. But what he's yet to realize is that she's grown from that. That part, I love that. But then also, if you think that the season 2 Layla is about to return, you think that screaming her into oblivion and letting her know how wrong you feel like she is and making decisions for how life is going to stop it from happening? That brings me back to, if men are so damn logical and we're focused on the mission at hand, then what are you going to do to stop what you think is going to happen from happening? Versus leaning too heavily into your feelings about it, your frustrations about it, your anxiety about it, and just acting out and not thinking about how impactful your particular actions are, and whether you push her further down this road or you actually help her go in the direction that you think will be beneficial to her. Because that's a great point. If he does feel like she's going to a place where she was in season 2, then do you really think how you responded in all the ways that you have been responding to her, from the gaslighting to the ghosting, she asks you to text her when you get home, you don't want to do it, like all of those things are going to help her not get there? Oh, you weren't thinking about that. You know why you weren't thinking about that? Because you were more thinking about your feelings, which leans into your narcissism and your selfishness. So Erica's not wrong when she points it out, y'all. I think that's a really great point, Micah. Child, once I'm able to reach the Ashley scenes before I hit the bit. I don't know if I'm gonna make it. This is why you should keep negative people out of your life. Your body will react in negative ways when they show up. That is so true. That is so true. Like, so true. Okay, so this is the moment that we're going into with this. And y'all, again, I probably won't have to rewrite this because these 2 pages I'm not really too sure of. Or no, this page and a half I'm not really too sure of. Interior Baker Mansion. Day. Jordan enters, immediately spotting Layla perched at the kitchen island, intently staring at her iPad. Jordan, future Mrs. Keaton Baker, I got something for you. He swirls her around on the stool and plants a passionate kiss on her lips. She giggles. Layla, why thank you, Mr. Baker, but what was that for? Jordan, oh, not that, this, which is another call to the Spencer thing earlier, which is just a little writer thing for me, y'all, whatever. I put little treats for myself in the script. Anyway. He hands her a lanyard. Oh, fuck. Hold on. He hands her a lanyard. Oh, fuck. Hold on. I'm trying to. This Zoom is all jacked up. Okay. He hands her a lanyard holding her VIP ticket for his playoff game. Layla, GAU refuses to go digital, I see. Jordan, I meant to remind you to grab it last night before you left. Oh, she places. This is so nerve-wracking doing this shit live. I don't know why. She places the tickets on the island next to her. This is an iPad. She had an iPad, Erica. Remember the set pieces, boo. Next to her iPad, and shifts her focus back to what she was working on. Jordan. Babe, 7:00. I need you to be there. She continues working. Layla, Jordan, I will be there. He waits a beat and then attempts to re-engage. Babe, you are my lucky charm, my muse, my Layla. Jordan, it's an interruption. Jordan, I said I will be there. He takes a step back. Layla, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to snap. Jordan, it's okay. He steps forward and pulls her in a loving embrace. Layla, I just got an email from the security company confirming there are no backups to the video feed from the lounge the night of the break-in. She pulls away from his hug slowly. Layla, how do I know that everything is fixed, that they won't come back and vandalize it again? And I haven't finished writing that, so that's where I'll pick up with this. My goal, y'all can let me know y'all's thoughts while I share with y'all my goal with this particular scene, is one, to establish the loving nature, yada yada yada. You get your little Jadela kiss or whatever, you get her going along to get along. But I felt like the scene that we got to see, so her being okay at the beginning, does not give us any reason for Jordan to be on edge about her, right? To be so concerned. she hasn't gone to the doctors yet, but she's also not displaying any kind of destructive tendencies or actions to be worried about in this particular moment. So at the top of this part of the scene, you establish the lovingness, whatever, and then you establish her focus on the lounge and him trying to say, like, I need you at this game. So you establish that too. So when she doesn't show up at the game later, it hits a lot harder because you have that. But then also her snapping in the moment gives Jordan something to like about, because I feel like we get to see him do that in this scene, but she doesn't give him any reason to question her in this way. So it just falls a little flat for me, because it's like you're just questioning her because you want to, not because you're actually taking in all of what she's giving you and all of what's happening, if that makes sense. Micah says Jordan seems to be scared of losing her. That's why he's trying to force feed her a solution. Jordan wants Layla to be okay so that he and their relationship can be okay, even in the moments of him saying, your best is my best. He finds a way to bring up himself. Ding, 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 ding. Because at the end of the day, it's about him and how her having mental health issues will affect him. Exactly. And if he is really there to be a supportive partner, a loving mate, and an optimum husband for Layla, he has to be able to find a way to stop making everything about him. That is one of my number one notes. Thank you for saying that. Because yes, that is what I'm trying to articulate. Dominic says, Angela, your comment literally reminds me when Layla was uncomfortable in that one scene and I asked Spencer to help and / move the conversation onward. Ooh! That part. Okay, so from here, how do y'all feel about this scene so far? I can rework it because clearly I'm not even finished it, but like this Baker Mansion scene when he gives her the tickets and what I have put on there thus far. How do y'all feel about it? Do y'all think I need to change it? Do you like where it's at? Should I just continue on? How we feeling? Do y'all understand what I was trying to communicate and set up? Let me know. And if I need to scroll up or whatever, let me know that as well. Or I can, to fit the whole thing, I can try to do this and zoom out. Can y'all see that? Yes, that's the whole scene. Let me know y'all's thoughts. This is cool. I think I'm going to do this more often. I like this. Our bodies will remember trauma even when our mind doesn't want to remember. Yep. I'm going to pull some more screenshots while y'all tell me your thoughts. It's hard to see. Yes, I can make it bigger. You're not going to be able to see as much of it. Or do I need to you want me to make it bigger on the screen? Is that better or no? That is for the timeline. Here we go. Does that help or? That's better? can also try to make it bigger on the screen, but then it will start to cut it off a little bit. Let me see. Okay, so this is the start of it, and just let me know when to scroll now that it's a little bit bigger. Erica would change about the video footage. How did Coop discover who broke in at the end? Oh, child, I'm not even there. I didn't even think about that part. I hope as time goes along, Jordan sees these signs or emotional cues from Layla and understands where she's emotionally right now. I can scroll to the next page. Okay. That's it. That's all of the next page. Layla not taking him on and focusing on her work. Yes. I can't. So we keeping going, or Micah, you're still reading? Because in this scene they have that moment. Layla exits first so that she can go to the police station tied to the non-security footage. Jordan asks, because Patience and Coop walk in, Jordan asks, has you been like this the whole time I was gone for those 2 weeks? Coop's like, in her Veronica Mars bag. Yes. Then Patience asks, which actually is a really great line that I will keep if y'all want us to. She's like, well, maybe Ryan is back, so maybe that will help. Let me replay what she said, because she mentioned Ryan. I'm like, Ryan is the worst person to mention to Jordan's ass, but it's a great inciting statement. She said maybe things will change now that Ryan's back in town. Patience. Send Jordan into his angry man bag, why don't you? Okay. Micah says, is her snapping at him supposed to be a sign that something is off with her, since there was nothing in the OG scene to show something was off? Yes. But not something in like an overt way, but something to like create a little bit of dissonance from the little chummy, like lovey-dovey, whatever that we got to see at the start of this scene. And then also an immediate her overcorrecting and apologizing for it, so that you get those two elements of it, right? So it's not just her like wilding out, but she's still also trying to have control of her emotions in some kind of way. You know what I'm saying? That was the goal in reference to that particular part. And y'all, it might be easier. I do have Discord open, so I'm going to go into a voice channel now if y'all want to come into Discord and like say your feedback, because it's taking a little bit long for I bet for y'all to read and then type and all of that. So I'm going to go into the call-in. Wait. Why all these locked? I'm going to go into the general room. Now. So if you want to come in and share, I just will have to like patch you in. I swear Patience is so stupid and oblivious. That's why you said Like, why would you say that? Francis the gun in Red Bull. I actually love her saying it though. It's so great for Jordan's character because it gives him something to like get in his feelings about. Because again, what they gave us thus far, Layla didn't give us that. Um. So yeah. All right. So y'all are cool with me continuing on. That's what we gonna do. All right. So where we go from here is Jordan's response. Yes. Give me 1 second. I can hear you. I ain't patch you in yet. Give me 1 second though. Oh, let me patch you in really quick so I can go ahead and. Okay. Alright, hold on, y'all. I'm trying to figure this out because I don't try to have an echo. Oh, that's what I'll do. 1 second, Dominic. Sorry. Multi-action. Okay, let me see. Why is this not working? Can y'all hear an echo? Yes, y'all can. Hold on. Oh, wait, I don't even have to do that. I can have both. Okay, never mind. I don't need that. I can just mute it on here. I think. Yes. Okay, can y'all hear an echo? Dominic, give me a test.
Hi, Erica.
Okay, y'all let me know if it's an echo.
I'm going to
Hey.
check my YouTube now to see if there's echo.
Okay.
Hold on, huh?
Test, 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 test. No echo, no echo. Perfect. Yay. And y'all should still be able to see hear Dominic clearly. Okay.
All
And
right.
if
I think there's no echo.
you said there is?
No echo,
Okay,
no
perfect.
echo on my end.
Perfect. Okay, and if you guys are just joining, you can feel free to join the general channel on Discord, in the Discord, if you want to say your feedback versus typing your feedback. So that's what Dominic is doing right
Right.
now. Okay,
Yes.
what's your
Nice.
thoughts?
I think I expressed all my thoughts in
Okay.
when they see because this episode was all over the place. But in regards to the scene, the fact that Jordan is like still in his own world and Layla's just so concerned, just trying to get the message. I don't understand how well, I don't know if I'm speaking from your scene, I don't understand how he's able to not see that and say, hey, my girl is still traumatized from the event. The way how she smashed the glasses in the previous episode and she was so upset and she cleaned the entire bar with by herself. Like, are you not seeing the signs? So I found this
Mm-hmm.
scene was really great, really good. So I was able to see your perspective and how the scene transitioned from one end to the other. The only issue is that if I'm on Discord, I don't know how I'm able to read the script if I'm on Discord,
Oh. Okay.
unless you
Let me see.
share your screen or something.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me pull it up. Can you see it?
Nice. Let me see. Yes, I see it. I see it.
Okay.
I'm able to see it.
Okay.
Hey,
Cool.
Michael. Hey, Angela. Hope you guys are in chat. You can come through the Discord. Come read with us.
Okay. Cool.
Nice.
All right. So, with the top of the scene, um, the little lovey-dovey, cute, yay! Here's your tickets. I need you to be there. That to me needed to be definitely reestablished because it just intensifies the weight of when she doesn't show up. Jordan, I said I was going to be
Mm-hmm.
there. I need her to. That also for me is me giving her a little bit more bite in the relationship because I feel like she concedes a little bit too often with Jordan. Um,
Mm-hmm.
but from there, I need to come up with either what Jordan will say in response to like, how do I know that it won't get vandalized again? And part of me was leaning into like he needs to look dumbfounded, so we need to go like off his look, or maybe that's when we can just have Patience and Coop enter, so then it kind of like interrupts them and lets him off the hook. How y'all feel about that?
Oh, when patient made the comment. Was it patient? When she made the comment.
Yeah.
Okay. I think I'll go with the second option. The second when they walk in, he doesn't get time to understand because I remember in the first scene you said that he doesn't know about how to deal with certain things and he goes on the ground to do his push-ups or whatever sets he does but the paper still on the ground. So I can see that dumbfounded look on his face when he's trying to understand and before he even processes it, then Patience and Coop walks into the scene and so he's not able to understand him. I think that's a good idea. I'm not too sure if Mike Angela able to see that point of view as well. Right? Whew.
What does Coop call
I
Jordan? Oh, I guess
can't
she kind of
remember.
abandoned. She like back in like the season one when she first when she first met him, and he's like, it's Jordan." What did she call him? I don't think that she's called him anything else thus far, but this would be a great point for her to say that. So now I'm trying to think of like who was gonna talk first.
It could be Coop, because I know she always have her mouth open and able to say whatever needs to be said. in the scene, or would it be Patience? Would she still be thinking in her head, oh gosh, Miko is still trying to match me on the
Mm,
line. Nobody's understanding me. Nobody's understanding where I'm coming from. So
right.
I don't think Patience would be the first person to speak because I know throughout the entire episode she was thinking, oh gosh, I need to get rid of Miko. She's all over. She's online. She's trashing my name. I need to go and get the gun to shoot. Well, she didn't see the gun yet. But that's what I think her thought process was
Good night,
when I was
Micah.
watching.
Thank you for joining. Thank you
Yeah,
so
man.
much. It's been great. And yes, we will definitely do this again.
Yes,
Um,
yes, 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 yes.
so maybe Coop nor Patient is the one to speak. Maybe Layla continues. And like upon seeing them, she
The
like
and the XFCC.
maybe like how
Hmm.
you feeling or great to see you smile towards Patience because of this, and it's like deflecting from the very real moment that she had of like worrying about this lounge, but she puts the mask back on because they have come in. So not only is Jordan interrupted from providing her any type of like comfort or affirmation in this
They're not
moment,
able to. They're
but
not
she
able
has
to
to go back
continue from
to
the
acting
conversation.
like, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
When Jordan hears Ryan's name, Jordan could give some frustration with saying Ryan's name again. Yeah.
I feel it, man. I feel it too. So many angles this could go from. Hmm. You could have Coop say it. You could have
um. Okay, I'm gonna
Layla
have
say
Layla
it.
say this for right now. To Patience. Um, uh,
I know, right? It's great seeing you smile again, or something along the lines of that, so like a sarcastic. Is it sarcastic way? Hmm. Yeah, to find some way to get Layla out of the scene, but Jordan's so confused that one, she didn't pick up the emotional cue that she's still affected by it. Well, not affected, but she's not able to affirm to her that everything will be okay. So so their discussion feels unfinished. Hmm. I love seeing you laugh again. I know, right? Beautiful smile. Okay, I gotta go to the police station. Breakfast is on the stove. See you later. Or something. Does Layla talk like that?
Doing this in real time is such a vulnerable experience because these are my freaking thoughts right out of my head. And like, I would not
Don't
let
worry. You you
see
you do
this.
you, Erica. You do you. You do you. You continue to do you. I tell you, I don't have zero. I know nothing about screenwriting, so I'm just a bystander. If they want to refer to it like that, never seen this before, so I'm a newbie at these things.
No, this is cool. Then I think it would go into
And then patience or whoever could drop the sly remark, or you could say, "Did Layla seem a little bit off to you guys just now?" or something along the lines of that.
yeah. I would leave that part of the scene the same. So I'm gonna go back to like see what he said. He said, hmm.
But yeah, this life has been great. The
Teacher
only
me to
thing I
see.
didn't enjoy about the life was the fact that I was just I was not a subscriber, so I was just listening to you speaking, and I just couldn't. And every single time I tried pressing type, it's like, sorry, you're not a subscriber yet. You have to wait X amount more minutes. I'm like, ugh.
A gift and a
So I'm gonna
curse.
scrub the surveillance footage.
I'm gonna head to the police station, but I'll see you.
But no, this
Okay.
episode was all over the place, especially what I was saying in the first comment was that when I tried to go on like a place like Twitter to understand and see where everybody was coming from,
Good morning.
but that whole Ashley conversation was like, I have to wait until Erica says her thoughts about it first before I go on there and everybody's like, because everybody's like, yes, Spencer and Olivia together. And my first thought is like, do you all want to see them do the struggle of over and over and over again?
Do you like this?
Do you want to see them have their highs, their lows? Yes, they were given, I think you said they were given cute in this episode, but is that what you guys want, or is that what the media is portraying for black couples to always go through now?
That part.
So I was like, you know what? Let me come off of social media. And it was so good. And I was so glad I was able to catch you on my lunchtime too on Tuesday. So able to hear your thoughts about the episode and, you know, what needed to be said. I didn't even realize that Ashley was still in
LA, right?
Yeah. For 2 weeks.
Yeah.
That when you said it in the live, I was like, wait a minute, he's been there for so long? And Gillian sent a text message, no good morning or WhatsApp family photo or no good morning forwarded message, nothing. So Gil, you just leave the man on red. Man thinking, but if it was me, I was like, what did I say? Was it something I did? Like, you know, ask myself why she keeps distancing myself and probably think about what is causing her to, what is she relying on? Those type of stuff. So, with Jordan and Layla, the only thing that pissed me off was him getting upset. I could see it visually. Him getting upset, and she is just stepping away, trying her best to deal with the conversation, and he's trying his best to understand her perspective, but it's like he's not understanding where she is right now emotionally. And I can't remember the entire dialogue or the scene, but for me personally, I think I told you that I'm a very emotional person. So I'm able to see certain things that other people don't. And people might call me naive for it, but yeah, I could see those things. I could see, okay, maybe what I said didn't hit you the right way, or the joke I made probably offended you. So for you to go through that entire scene and then see that Layla was, I think somebody brought up in the live stream on Tuesday that she was trying to, was she like jumpy? I think it was the word the person used, like she was jumpy. And he didn't see that. And he was just continuing the conversation more and more. Me personally, I would throw something in his face like, hey, go wash, man, or, you know, have a blowout and say, give me some space or something. So that was the two things I wanted to talk about in the episode. And then Micah brought it up perfectly tonight when he said he still made it, even though Layla still had a problem. It was like if he still made it about himself in the end, you know.
Exactly.
So
exactly.
So that was my okay. Let me read. She kisses. Wonder if Angela could see the. I think we're doing a 2-week jump. What happened between Olivia Spencer? Oh.
Hold on 1 second.
Oh, wait. 1 second.
Her Veronica Mars back, trying to solve something she'll actually never solve.
Yeah. Okay, well, maybe things will change now that Ryan is back in town. You know, so she won't have to deal with this alone.
I need to put an action line in here in between this. This is hilarious. I don't know why that particular scene, that particular moment, just when they cut back to Jordan. How would I describe this?
Let me see the scene. Let me see the scene. Let us see the scene again. Let me find the scene. This is fun. This is very
Um,
I'll catch you guys later.
That's at the start of the episode. Is it? Happening? Where is that?
okay, so all of this
Mm-hmm.
is what they actually already still have. This is what the scene actually is.
Let me see. Hold on. Oh gosh. The
The other
screen
stuff
zoom
in
back
front
out
of it
again.
is what I did. I don't know. How do I delineate? Like, I don't know. They have different ways that you can like format based off of like your version numbers and whatnot. But I want to try to like
Mhm.
show what is stuff that they have done. Okay. So the orange will be the original as it is in the original
Mm-hmm.
script. Okay, great.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. Then it just goes into the coop impatient scene. So I think that's fine.
Mhm.
Like we're done with
All right,
Jordan.
good luck at the game, bro.
No
Good
doubt.
luck at the
Bye.
game. But we're done with Jordan and
Is it weird that the footage was scrubbed?
because then that like parlays into patience in the whole Miko thing. Is it weird that the footage was scrubbed?
Mhm.
I don't really give like I don't not that I don't care, but I don't care. Like this whole little side mission that you took patience on to be a killer, so don't push her. Y'all can have it. Like we got bigger fish to fry between the Jordaliness of it all and the Spolivianness of it all. So that's like what my focus is. I'm not necessarily worried about rewriting patience and or Coop in this episode if it don't pertain to them.
Yeah,
So
it's
I'm
okay.
kind of skip over
That's-
their asses.
That's okay. I'm just trying to trying to watch this scene and on YouTube
Angela says, I
to
think we are
understand.
doing a 2-week jump. What happened between Olivia and Spencer's relationship? Can we show something concerning the new year? That's at the very end of the episode, so yeah, I don't have a problem with showing something tied to the new year. What happened in Spencer and Olivia's relationship can be better alluded to in the 2 weeks that we are missing out on in her conversations, not only with Spencer, but with Ashley. And hopefully I can get there. But y'all, the path and the pace that I'm moving at right now.
A little.
Oh, shoot, let me mute this because I am not trying to get copyrighted. Hold on one second, y'all. Hold on one second. I do not have time to be playing with YouTube. Okay. Y'all shouldn't be able to hear the scene anymore. So let me know if you can still hear it.
Wait, the scene was going on in the background?
I have the scene playing right now. Can you hear it?
No, well, no, I wasn't hearing anything.
Okay, perfect.
I said I was on YouTube trying to watch their scenes on YouTube. Oh, good. No, but I'm not hearing anything YouTube. But I know if there's one thing about YouTube, if it hears that one thing in the background, have mercy. They ain't gonna play. They
They
don't play with
will
that.
eat my ass, okay? They always trying to get me.
Listen. I remember when you had to watch the dancing backwards and in slow motion from season 5, and oh my god, the hassle, yes?
Yes, they do not care. I could do this half the night. I could too, but I don't want it to be too long. This is a workshop type of thing, though. Okay, wait. I gotta actually re-listen to this because this is Spencer and Olivia entering the episode. Well, no,
All right,
because they
cool,
had the
cool, good.
conversation at the top. So let me listen. Hold on. Spencer quoting her book throughout this episode is just so on the nose for me, but it's cute.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. Shows that he's actually interested. Especially from the last episode where he didn't even know that the book publishing date had moved up. So I guess he's trying to take interest in the book. I guess I'm not too sure.
Mm-hmm. No eye contact, very few words. Teresa gotta go. She gotta get the hell up out of here.
Was that the scene where she was making what's that old noise when there was winter kissing by the stairs? I think that's the scene here.
Yeah, she was making them damn pancakes and her playlist was playing. Thank you, Angela. Thank you. Let me pull this back up so that y'all can see this. At least.
Can we show something concerning the New Year? Honestly, I didn't even know it was New Year's until Erica said it, or they was at a New Year's party. Which one, boy? Which one?
Okay. So I'm also like trying to simultaneously pull screenshots so I can do this damn breakdown after I get off of this live. Because I'm behind with my breakdowns, child. When the episodes are like so uninspiring, it just makes it so much harder for me to get out of my own way.
I remember you said that. I remember you said that about the you had that discussion with your girlfriends last year. You were talking about it at All American Homecoming, and you was talking about it with your girlfriends, and you was like, why is it so hard to make content that doesn't inspire? I think it was that the question, why? And it's like, it's nothing in the episode is inspiring you to make the breakdowns. So it's like so frustrating. Like I think in the first 5 minutes of the episode, Jordan already pissed you off, and it's like, okay, and the ads were there, and it's like, ugh, even more like, ugh. Like I think it's paying more attention to the ads than more of the episode.
Literally.
So I know that's literally me and work, yes. To be doing anything else but the work.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on.
So this 25-page.
Oh God! After this damn moment with Olivia and the pancakes and the Spencer and Teresa of it all, it goes right to the scene where Jordan goes to confront Ryan's ass. Okay, so that's what we rewriting next. Okay. Angela says, so this 25-page book Spencer read. How in the world do we see Spencer always doing stuff for Olivia and she doesn't do nothing? Doesn't do anything for him.
Listen to me, yeah? Listen to me. It don't make no sense. It don't make no sense. It don't make no sense. It really don't make no sense, huh?
Child, I can't. Listen, points were made. Okay, I need a new scene. This is interior. This is not an action.
Because that's the strange thing. She said time slowed down when she and Spencer came together. It didn't. The only thing Olivia did for Spencer in this episode was monkey ass, if I'm being honest,
What'd you say?
I think the only thing Olivia did for Spencer this episode was smacky ass. I think that's the only thing.
And she had been wanting to do that all game. I cannot. Okay. All right, so I'm about to play this scene with Jordan and...
All right, cool. I'll be quiet.
Oh, Jordan is such a clown, bro. Okay.
Tell Layla to adjust her meds and then...
Let me start at the top, because I need to type this out.
See how much you can
type what I'm seeing.
At T-Mobile, you get tons of benefits and you can still save versus the other guys. Okay, I'll just do it. Check out the T-Mobile Savings Calculator and see how much you can save. And right now, we'll even pay off your phone when you switch.
Damn, you're early.
Oh Lord, Ryan, I didn't know that you led with that. This is actually what's happening, y'all. So let me change the color of this actually.
Oh, I thought you were patient.
And what's great about, if y'all are noticing, as I'm typing, using a actual screenwriting software will help it format for you as you're going along. So when I tab, I can toggle through if this is a scene heading, if this is an action line, if it's a dialogue with the characters. It automatically put the continue.
So that is what that was doing. Okay.
Yeah. It puts the continue when the line continues. So like in between, like there's an action line that says Jordan enters to Ryan's surprise, but the dialogue continues because Ryan is still the one to speak after the action line, so it automatically formats and puts that continued there. So that's the benefit of like actually using screenwriting software, that you don't have to go in and do all of those things yourself. Like I started out again with Evernote. I went to Google Docs before I ever got, and like from Google Docs, I went to Amazon, had a free screenwriting software, which was amazing, but then they discontinued it. And that's when I finally got Final Draft. It's a very big difference. So I just wanted to point it out while I'm doing this.
Understood. Angela said that maybe Jordan can ask Ryan.
And right now, we'll even pay off your phone when you switch.
Maybe Jordan can ask if Ryan is noticed.
I thought you were patient for our session this morning.
I think I understand it. Maybe Jordan can ask Ryan if he noticed any strange behaviors with Ayla at work. Right. That is what's okay. About 5 seconds, 5 times right up to your sentence. Or he could say, or Ryan could clock his tea and say something like, maybe you didn't notice Layla's problems because your ego is so big, or something along the lines of that, you know. So.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on.
Damn, you're early. Oh, I thought you were patient for our session this morning.
For our session this morning. Can y'all hear the scene? Angela, can you hear the scene when I play it?
I'm not hearing it on Discord. But
you might not be hearing it on Discord, but YouTube should be hearing it.
Oh shit, let me go check that.
Because right now I am typing out the scene as I'm seeing it. Oh wait, not a beat. Let's do. Okay, Angela, you are hearing it. Okay, good.
Tell me. Because first you tell Layla.
Jordan is such a clown. Okay, I'm sorry, y'all. He just be so in his feelings. Okay, Jordan.
You could hear it.
You tell me.
See.
Let me go back a little bit. I live for this part of it. I don't want to get copyrighted.
Ryan,
I want to show y'all that. Let me see how I can do that. Hold on. If I bring Samsung up, move it here. Because I'm not actually using a palette anymore. Okay. So. let's give y'all an additional visual. I just gotta be very careful because they be trying to play with me. Okay.
Damn, you're early. Oh, I thought you were patients for our session this morning.
I just gotta take little breaks, y'all, like little breaks in between 9 seconds because the copyright be real and YouTube do not be playing with our asses.
Mm-hmm.
Everything okay, man?
You tell me. Because first you tell Layla to adjust her meds and then...
Okay, you tell me. 'Cause first you tell Layla to adjust her meds.
And then the club gets trashed and you leave.
And you leave.
Her to deal with the fallout for 2 weeks.
Hey, I offered to stay. She said she had it covered. And for the record, I only made...
Where's my italices? Because you can like specifically fix words to like stand out. Okay, for right now I'll just make it a little bit bigger.
She had it covered. And for the record, I only made suggestions about her meds. Layla did what she felt was best for her own clarity.
Okay. And who the hell are you to make suggestions about her meds?
Oh. Was being a friend. I was listening.
You're listening. And it never occurred to you to maybe advise her to talk to a... doctor.
It was a casual suggestion.
Spell wrong. I hate misspellings. They drive me crazy.
Oh,
it's two
delete the
Rs.
entire word
2 R's.
and then spell it right.
You tell Layla to adjust her meds, and then the club gets trashed, and you leave her to deal with the fallout for 2 weeks.
Hey, I offered to stay. She said she had it covered. And for the record, I only made suggestions about her med.
You good, Antonio? No worries. Erica, can you use the CC so you don't get copyrighted? The closed captioning? I'm trying to give y'all the visual too.
Layla did what she felt was best for her own clarity.
Okay, and who the hell are you to make suggestions about her meds?
I gotta try to finagle the system. We just trying to skirt around the system.
Was being a friend.
Walk on
I was
long with
listening.
thin lines.
You're listening. And it never occurred to you to maybe advise her to talk to a doctor?
It was a casual suggestion. Jordan and I assumed she would.
It was a casual suggestion, Jordan. I assumed she would. It was a casual suggestion, Jordan. I assumed she would.
Okay, casual.
Jordan is so fucking mad. Oh, he's so mad.
And that, you see, that's your problem. Ryan, you move through life so casual. Doing whatever you want, whenever you want, with.
I think he's about to say with whoever.
Your millions, but there's nothing
with your
casual about my
millions.
fiance.
With your millions. Casual about my fiance. I gotta put the S on grave on there.
His mental health.
You're mad.
My fiance's mental health. You're mad. Child, this transcription's kicking my ass.
Mad because you're scared for the woman you love.
Because fuck. What is that? What is that? What is that? Okay. You're mad because you're I think he says I get that.
Love, I get it. But using me as your punching bag isn't gonna change what's going on with Layla.
Exactly. Exactly. Bunching.
You need to talk to her.
Jordan, I'm trying to
David,
describe
you
that
almost
look that
finished
he
your
just had. Jordan. I don't know if that's what I want him to say, but I'm gonna stick with that for a second.
Mas vamos a pasar será uma situação.
Her.
Okay, what the hell? Before E, except after C. All right. This is that's the eye there, and the fiance don't have the damn accent, whatever. This is the scene as it is actually. Antonio, we like literally unpacked so much, but right now I'm like rewriting various portions. We already rewrote the very first scene with Jordan, Spencer, Coach Mac. Then this part, well, right before this, it was the scene with him giving the tickets to Layla. And basically the goal is to address all of my particular criticisms around Jordan as a character and like how I would fix it so that he is actually doing what people are trying to defend and say that he's actually doing, because the original that we are seeing is he is selfish, narcissistic, and operating out of his ego. He's not actually supporting Layla, and basically the whole goal is to communicate how have it be different. I particularly would love for you, Antonio, to go back in the live because we were really starting to unpack all of the layers behind that particular conversation around Jordan and specifically my criticism. Kofi was in here earlier and he was bringing up very interesting points, so I was able to articulate things just a little bit differently and not reassess my opinion, because I still have the exact same opinion, but I'm trying to do a better job of finding new ways to say the same thing, because the whole goal is to be understood and not to just prove my point. So that's where we're at. I don't know how much further we're going to get on this live within this particular episode because it's taking me forever. But I will make
But we're making progress.
We are. I will make the script that we come up with available in the Discord for anybody who's rewatching this and don't catch this on live. Because right now we're like 2 hours and 45 minutes in. I didn't even realize it because I'm having a really great time doing this. But yeah, that's kind of like where we are. I just realized Jordan was talking to himself about Ryan. Yes, Angela. Yes. Which is even more of it. It's like, which is what brought pause and concern. Like, I'm really trying to do a good job of articulating my feelings around Jordan in this episode, because when I tell y'all I had it with his ass after this episode, because it's not that you're completely oblivious and you completely have no idea, because you can articulate and find the words and feelings and thoughts behind certain things when you're trying to check Ryan's ass, but you are literally what you're saying to Ryan, but you cannot find it in your heart and or your soul and or your spirit to tell it to your goddamn self. Jordan, go to hell. Like, that's why I'm really like standing on business when it comes to my critique about him, because everybody wants to jump to his defense as if he's just this little wayward boy that like has all the best intentions in the world, but he just don't know how to do better and he just wish he had a brain. It's like, no, he knows what he's doing, but he reserves all this criticism, he reserves all this moxie, he reserves all this angst and all this smoke for everybody else. And at some point, for Jordan Baker to grow as a character, he gotta find some kind of smoke for himself. How he is showing up is not enough in this relationship, within his college career, as a person who wants to pretend as if he's this well-to-do ass Negro. You gotta do more. So at some point, you gotta stop having smoke for everybody else and find some goddamn smoke for yourself that's gonna push you forward. That part, Angela. Literally that. He was talking to himself while he's talking to Ryan. Which is just another infuriating point about where we're at with the show right now, because there's so many elements that are literally in the show, but they're misusing them or misdirecting us with the use of them. And it's like, well, why in the hell is it there? Y'all cannot cop out to like Jordan really don't know as much as he's trying to let on, because he literally just outlined everything for Ryan. All he has to do is put himself in Ryan's shoes, which again would put him in a position to be selfless, to consider another perspective outside of himself. But he has no practice in that, little to no practice in it, because the only time he's ever really done it was in a Simone relationship, which I'm really thinking about going back and kind of auditing next to the Jordala-ness of it all. But like, he has very little experience in doing it, so he doesn't actually do it. But that is the one thing that I need for him to do. And he is showing that is something that his character needs to do, but it just won't happen. And we just supposed to suffer? No. So yes, I'm glad that you made that point, Angela, because yes, exactly that. Quite literally exactly that. Also, Antonio, I'm in, what am I in right now? I'm in Discord. I'm in Discord. So if you want to share your thoughts like audibly, because we started talking about this in a group chat, you could feel free to come into the general channel on Discord and like share your thoughts. Dominic is in there right now, so that's who you guys are hearing.
Hello.
Maybe Jordan doesn't realize he is black. Angela, I don't even want to read the rest of your comment, because that is a whole other issue that they're not dealing with, and that would have been wonderful for Jordan Baker's character development. Having a conversation around his blackness, him navigating and negotiating his blackness as it pertains to the elements that we've seen him exposed to, and as he continues to navigate this world, and specifically what it looks like when he navigates this world after his black ass daddy dies. A very real thing. Well, let me finish. Reading your comment.
Yeah, because
maybe Jordan doesn't realize he is black. He comes across as privileged. He didn't realize when the police put him down on the ground in the beginning of the episodes. Yes, those things are very true. I don't know how much I would say his plight and his struggle with his blackness plays into his relationship with Layla. If anything, his ambiguity around it does him a disservice, in that he doesn't know struggle in the same way that Layla does. But her struggle hasn't come from her proximity to blackness or identification with her blackness. Her struggle has come from being an only child, being a strong, ambitious woman, and the perfectionism that she adopted and thought that was going to help her achieve her way out of her family trauma. But if Jordan had a certain level of being in touch with his blackness more, and certain experiences tied to that could help him better understand Layla and not operate in so much privilege. But again, because we don't get that particular part of his story, the character suffers as well. Dang, I gotta reactivate my Discord. Yeah, you gotta reactivate it. Why did you get rid of it? Well, Dominic, did you have a thought about that?
Honestly, Angela should leave YouTube and come to Discord and actually provide more context, because she's given amazing context in the chapter in the bottom.
Yeah.
Really and truly. And he always came across as if he was privileged. He never went through maybe if he had went through some of the circumstances that other characters like Spencer went through, maybe he would get off his high horse and maybe understand, okay, I shouldn't act like this or I shouldn't act like that. But again, I remember you said to, I can't remember who you said it to, but maybe he's not emotionally there yet. He has to find himself there. But the writers just keep putting him in situations where his privilege is showing up. Am I saying it properly, boy?
Yeah. And And that's fine, because that could definitely be a lived experience of someone who never is forced to confront that part of their identity. But all of that does not help when he is trying to be a formidable, amazing partner for Layla Keaton. Like, all of these things just reaffirm how ill-equipped you are to date this girl. For me.
Which the writers keep portraying that he is, but he's not.
Yeah. Yep.
This has been great. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
No, I've really been enjoying it as well. I didn't expect for it to take 3 hours to get like 5 scenes in. Oh yeah, got a new phone.
My take. Oh, okay, cool.
No, I'm listening.
No, I thought you were talking to me. My apologies.
Antonio, are you downloading it now? Because I'm like trying to figure out where I'm gonna break. Angela, if you want to join the live, like, you don't have to come on camera. As you can see, Dominic is in on camera. You can just hear his voice. And you got anything that you want to share? I'm like, we're approaching 3 hours. Lord help me. I might need to break this up into parts. And just make
you can do that.
Make the script available for y'all to read at your leisure. Antonio, do you want to join?
And you can invite her. Where do I go to call in? So when you enter Erica's Discord, you just have to scroll. If you're on the phone, you just have to scroll all the way at the bottom. You'll see Erica's profile picture and me there. And Erica has the word live next to her name. So that is the voice chat you're going to go in.
Are you in the Discord, Angela? It's if you're not in the Discord, then you're not gonna see it. If you want
to break, that's fine. I know you're.
Well, I want to wait for you because I wanted to have the conversation like I texted you yesterday. So, like, no worries. Kofi didn't enter the chat, child. Kofi didn't came, like, listen here, let me prepare myself. No, Antonio, like, I'll stay on here. I'm saying I would take a break if it was just me continue to transcribe and come up with thoughts and, like, Dominic. But if y'all wanted to, like, add on, then I would definitely stay on, because that would give me a break in reference to this regard, and then we can continue. Do you need the link for Discord, Angela? Hold on one second, Kofi. I see that you popped in. Where's the link? I gotta do better about this. Okay. Not moderator. You need to go into the general. Okay. The link for the Discord, if you need it, is there. And then it's free, and, like, you just download it and then come into the server, and then you can just join the conversation. Hey, Kofi. I know you got a bunch of words for me. Are you here? You muted.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah. Hi, Kofi.
Hey, what's up? I'm just chilling.
Okay.
Me too, buddy. Me too.
Yeah. So far, I'm looking through it, and this looks good. So I gotta give you props for this script so far.
Oh, really? I'm gonna let you finish.
Yeah, I'm not tripping. I mean, yeah, it's cool. So I mean, I'm just interested to hear what else you're gonna add to it. You know.
That's what I'm looking forward to.
Do you get what I'm saying in reference to, like, the stuff that's missing to actually make Jordan's words line up with his actions?
Yeah, I do.
What?
Quiet as a cat. I do.
What do you think, if you don't mind me asking, what do you think is the thing that makes that so uncomfortable to initially receive as a man?
I don't know. I guess it's more so like, I just feel like I don't know what, I mean, he could. Me personally, I'm not gonna do that to my partner. Now, but at the same time, I understand why some dudes would feel some type of way, like you feel like you're being attacked because you want to be looped in on certain things that you have, like you're sharing this bond with this person that you're in a relationship with, and I mean, there are certain things like you feel like you could share with them that they should also be able to share with you. So I think that's why some guys probably can't receive it that way. Me, I have no issue with it. Like what you're saying is valid, and I just want my boy to do better. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We got this nice. This she's bad, bro. Like this
Layla is that girl.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And you and although people don't want to believe it, you are that dude. You can play. Like you're a quarterback. You can play this game. So you just got to be able to match that energy. That's all. So that's probably where I'm coming from when I say the things I say.
No, I get that. Do you think that like everything is kind of like has to have like reciprocal energy, or let me fix that, because has there ever been a time where you have been close to somebody or cared deeply for somebody, but you didn't feel comfortable sharing something that's very close to you with them?
I've never been in that situation. Now, I haven't been in a relationship with a girl, but with my homeboys and my friends, yeah, there are certain things that I've shared with them in confidence that when they needed advice, I told them. And they didn't feel uncomfortable sharing this with them because if they're my boys, you got to be able to be vulnerable with your boys. So that's one thing that I emphasize that men should do. Like, if you can't be, vulnerable with the guys that are your riders, then like, how are you going to do that when you get in a relationship with someone? So
that's real.
That's kind of where I'm at with it.
I would consider you very privileged to be at this particular place with that, because while I agree there could be a certain level of like expectation of reciprocity, life also sometimes get in the way. So like, you might not have experienced this, but do you think that if one of your homeboys took something that you share with them as a way of like trying to give them advice for something and then use it against you, or like threw it up in your face as like a dig later on, do you think that you would still be as receptive to sharing any and everything with people that you give the label homeboy?
Well, it would depend on. It depends on what I tell them. Like, if I tell them something in confidence and then they want to throw it back in my face, I'll try and dig deep in. I won't take it personally. I'll just say, well, that's probably a you problem. Like, you're making up for some insecurity that you haven't been able to deal with. So that's not going to stop me from being, an open book, so to speak. I won't share everything, but certain aspects where I feel like I need to, interject my personal experience in it so that you can see the bigger picture. I'm not going to feel uncomfortable being able to do that because I think too often time guys don't want to express themselves and feel vulnerable. We just feel like we just gotta keep it hush and just like, nah, let me just put my head down and keep it moving. But nah, you gotta. There's nothing wrong with being open and honest because
No, not many people in my country are like that. They don't see it like that at all. If they find, like, for example, if I'm like very vulnerable, they will see that as a sign of weakness and they're expressing itself too much, and to go off of what Erica was saying, and being able, like, especially able to express yourself. If I tell one of my friends something and then they bring it back to my face, believe me, the conversation getting deleted, the number getting blocked, I'm not talking to you again, because what will happen if I tell you something more secretive and you go and share it around, and then I hear it from somebody else, from a third party, and I'm like, but I never gave you all that information before. How you find out about that? So I'm not saying that you're privileged, but I'm very happy that you have your homie squad, if I like to call it that, able to share and able to express yourself properly, because in Trinidad, if you express yourself vulnerably, it make you feel less of a man, and then going down that whole entire rabbit hole, which I don't have the time for to
No,
explain.
but
That's
I am so grateful, Dominic, that you like chimed in, because I think that this is a great real life example, or something kind of close or similar to what we're seeing play out with Layla and Jordan. So Jordan lives a life where, one, he doesn't have that many secrets. He lives a pretty superficial life, and this isn't no shade to him. It's just trying to be honest. So everything that there is to say, he's going to tell Layla. So that would kind of be you, Kofi. Like, you have no reason yet to feel like you need to be more guarded with your information, or you need to not be vulnerable, so you're going to continue to do so, and you're going to expect the same. However, Layla would be like Dominic in this circumstance of like having experienced people within the confines of their world, and being met with resistance, being met with conflict, being met with like negative responses to very real things that are close to them, which has taught them that it's not safe to share any and everything. And while, you know, Dominic comes into the lives and is very cheery and welcoming people and so amazing and supportive of me and like everybody else, there's still some stuff there of like, people don't necessarily treat him well and like receive him fully how he might want in the moments. And that doesn't negate the fact that he can still be happy and positive in this moment. So like, we're seeing Layla try to navigate all of this, but still hold certain things close to the vest, because her lived experiences have taught her to do so. And I guess what I'm struggling with is that there are people on your side, Kofi, that can't fully put your lived experience for a second to the side to take in fully what Layla's lived experience is, and it's not fair to her or people like her, like Dominic. Does that make sense?
because Erica, I'm telling you, when there was a reunion I had. Oh, sorry, Kofi.
No, I was just saying that's a fair point. I'm not gonna. I don't dismiss what Layla's feeling at this moment. You know, I guess the frustration. I mean, like I had mentioned this earlier, that in an ideal world, when two people get together, you want to feel like you guys have formed enough of a connection and bond where you feel like you can confide in each other and can have that two-way communication. But I can also understand why she doesn't feel comfortable enough saying it. Now, if I was joining that situation, I wouldn't take it as a slight. I would say, okay, then what do I have to do to make you feel comfortable enough to be able to be open and honest with me? You know what I'm saying? Not be in your feelings and then do what you've been doing, where you don't talk to her for a couple of days, or you just be petty. That's where I think, you know, that's the key in which I feel like that's the heart of the issue, where I think needs to be addressed, and so that you know, because it doesn't help anything. It just makes the situation worse. That's kind of where I'm at with it.
Yeah.
You know?
And it kind of puts you in a position to penalize your partner for what you kind of deem as like lacking them. And it's like, but you are who you are. Like, whoever dates me next, I hope he is a perceptive motherfucker, because they're even with all of the language that I have around my feelings and myself and my quirks and whatever, there's still baggage and things that come with me that are going to need to be seen and processed and figured out how you're going to navigate. That it's going to require you to do that without me having to tell you how, for me to fully respect you as my mutual. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Angela or
Antonio, yeah, y'all can jump in. Sorry, we were like in the point, but y'all can jump in and like if y'all have things that you want to add.
No, I just wanted to test my mic to make sure it was working.
Yes, it is.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. All right, go ahead, Angela.
So, Kofi, I guess I want to know from your perspective, like, are you looking at Jordan and Layla from the standpoint that Jordan has known her half of his life, and so you feel like she should just have an automatic connection to him? Or are you looking at this through the lens of giving him that pass. Well, I guess it wouldn't be that, or if it's more of a new relationship.
I think it's a little bit of both because I feel like y'all have known each other since y'all were kids. I'm pretty sure there have been times, I don't know if this show has ever addressed it, where y'all have gone to each other for advice. I mean, we saw it play out in season 4 when, she was going through that thing after that thing with Carrie, and then she went to see him, and then he gave her advice about, how she should deal with what she's feeling. Like she said, she didn't feel safe in her home with her dad. So I just assumed that, that it would translate when they decided to get into a relationship with each other, but we haven't seen it that way. So that's kind of where I'm confused with it, because I thought they had kind of established that type of, two-way communication where she'd give advice to him and he'd give advice to her, and they're pouring into each other. So I'm trying to find out what happened. Like, what is the disconnect? So that's kind of where I'm at.
So that's where you're at. Okay, so when I look at it and going back to last season and the relationship with Jordan and Layla, I guess it was last season, it may have been the season before, I feel like it was easier for Jordan to express that he had an interest with her because of the fact that he was going through a breakup with Simone. He knew there was tension and friction there, right? And so he could look at stuff through the lens of a relationship, right? Because of his relationship, sort of like breaking up with Simone in the long distance, right? So he could see that. And I guess the scene that pops up into my mind is when he started talking about the different seasons of dating when it came to her father, because, Jordan was sleeping with everybody. So that was easier for him to talk about, right? But when it comes to real world and real life situations, Jordan does not have the ability to empathize with individuals who he sees as having a flaw, because he did that with Simone as well. Because the same, if you look at it, he put Simone on a pedestal, right? And
okay.
so Jordan always goes into everybody that he really starts dating and not hooking up with is the love of his life, right? And so he does enough of showing women his representative and not the true self, because Jordan doesn't know himself.
Ooh.
So if you know yourself, how do you expect anybody else to know you?
That's a fair point. Damn.
That's good.
That is good.
I didn't even thought about that. Like, shit. Oh.
Angela, you needed to come on the Discord like immediately. Like, what?
That is very good, which will also tie into how he can read and see all of this in Ryan, but he cannot see it in himself because he has yet to actually meet himself in a way to be honest like this. He is very easily able to identify flaws in everybody else but himself because of that fact.
And those are the same character flaws that he sees everybody that he talks to. And it took me to sit down and just like go scene by scene that I could see it. Because you think about when he made mention of, oh, Spencer, the 2.0 is showing up. Well, he was trying to do a 2.0 after his dad died. Right? And so you saw all of this, Jordan taking on responsibilities because he's hiding in the shadows of his father, right? We've never seen Jordan show up for anything authentically. He shows up representative.
Well, that's why I don't know, the Simone era, this is why I hold the Simone era, the Jamon era so damn dear, because it is an anomaly for the Jordan character. And at the time that it was rolling out, it felt like, okay, this is the shift that we need. But he was only able to do certain things differently within the confounds of the relationship with Simone. None of the so quote unquote growth or self-awareness or empathy translated to any other part of his goddamn life. It felt like little thunderstorms in bottles, magic in a bottle that was very, very fleeting. So I can't say that he has never done it. He has not consistently done it enough to actually show it being a part of his character.
But I also think his mom did him wrong, because when I think about annulment does not exist, right? And so because his mom got that annulment for him, he wiped it clean. So now we're going into this as Jordan is never been married. He's never had a stable relationship that we've ever seen. And his little kid is coming out of him with Layla having these mental health issues. Because remember, his sister is an addict. He had to save her, right?
Oh, yeah.
That's the most that we've ever seen that, and we didn't even see it, we heard it, that he's shown up. So his inner child is coming out. And he's never processed his feelings. He didn't even really process his feelings when they were doing the artwork, when Liv had that relapse.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That's a good point.
So because his family has treated him as the baby, because he is, right? Mm-hmm. They have dismissed everything. And so you think about his relationship with Billy. Billy said, I approve of Layla. So I think if Billy hadn't said that, Jordan would have just treated her as, I can't do this. But he's trying to make his dad proud. But he doesn't know how, because he doesn't know himself.
Shit. I totally forgot about that part of it.
That might also hit on another reason of why it seems like he's going so hard at Layla, because he couldn't protect his sister.
Mm-hmm.
And he was the one who found her when she was passed out. So it might be a version of guilt and trying to stop that from happening again with another person that he loves.
Yep, because when we deal with trauma,
if the writers actually show us, but they're not. So,
but they're showing us. But from the
barely, Angela, because you dropping whole gems, making connections that I even have racked my brain around. Like, why isn't this making sense? I have rewatched this shit 20 times.
And so it's hard for me to try to do everything in such small characters. I'm more verbal.
Yeah.
But if you looking at it from the psychology point of view, right? When we deal with trauma, we're gonna fight, we're gonna flight, or we're gonna freeze. Now they've added some other stuff that starts with the F's in there. Mm-hmm. So what Jordan does is, whenever there's a problem, he flees the scene. He gets angry like a child, has a tantrum, and leaves. So when has he ever expressed himself? We're wanting more from him than what he can deliver. And for all we know, Jordan could have mental health issues, and he doesn't want to say anything, because you can't have everybody in the household having mental health issues, right? Such as the alcohol.
That's valid. But also, like, I would give him that if it was actually the case of, like, you don't have nobody to go to. Because with Spencer entered in the chat, because you have been so hyper fixated on resenting him, you have shortchanged yourself on the very real opportunities there is for this person to be that sounding board when you did not feel like you had it at all. And we've seen glimpses of it, so we know that you are capable of it. You are either just choosing not to, or the writers are just refusing to let you do it. So I can't even give him the full cop out of like he's fully incapable of expressing himself, because he has started to and then stopped and then prioritized a ridiculous ass one-sided beef with his quote unquote brother that he values so much, only until a point. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. So when we talk about the Spencer situation, Spencer triggers him all the time. And you go back and you think about like the first episodes, right? You had somebody who came out of the woodworks. Your dad has a love for this boy, like he's his son, right?
Mm-hmm.
He called his son. So Jordan never got that attention from his dad, because he did not have the skill set like
to command it, yeah,
with football. And so you think about that reminder every time you look at somebody that they're triggering you, especially when you didn't have enough time with your father to really understand that he loves you.
Mm-hmm.
And so looking at Spencer, you think about it. Spencer had a recording of Billy's voice
that we don't know if Jordan knows about yet. I don't think that Jordan knows about that. Hopefully they not. If the writers are trying to do anything this season, that needs to be a thing.
But it could pop up because Billy's coming next week.
Right. But then for me, it's like going to your point of like Spencer triggers you. You know that Spencer triggers you, even if you don't have the language for it. You know enough to know that you have these feelings that perpetuate constantly about Spencer and you, and they're negative. So why in the hell we are in season 6? Right, he said in the last episode. So in the same household. But yes, why are we in season 6 and now you got verbal smoke for Layla because she ain't revealing everything there is to be revealed, and yet you have yet to be truthful on the fact that you cannot be this boy's brother because he will never not trigger you. But you can't understand her not communicating certain things. This ain't helping Jordan the case in my eyes. It's not.
It's not going, and I don't want it. I don't want it to be the fact of changing our opinion about Jordan, but just seeing it from where I think they're trying to say, but they don't know how to say it properly, that Jordan loves to hate Spencer, right? And so I wanted to talk to you about with that football game, right? As much as he wants to think that he doesn't need Spencer, he needs Spencer.
Mm-hmm.
It's bad when you are dependent on somebody who's not dependent on you.
Mm-hmm.
Then you have ability.
Yep.
Because although, and again, these subtle hints, he's a Heisman finalist. And you think about any other football game, if Jordan was throwing them passes like he was doing it so badly in the beginning, the coach would have pulled him out and put another QB in his spot, right? But that coach let him step. So now you come up here, Jordan says, Spencer tries to go to the coach in private because the coach was knocking him on trying to be the leader, and it was really Jordan that needed to be the leader, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so then Jordan comes up and says, this is what's going on, right? And now Jordan's thinking, he was very perplexed, and he went into real deep thought to think, should I follow what Spencer says or should I do it on my own? And Spencer saves his tail every single time. And it was coming out at his birthday. See, I think what they did is they were writing and they put sequences out of order. This should have been first, and then the birthday party should have come second. So you can see the dynamics of this relationship with Jordan, because Jordan has too many individuals he's jealous of because of his inadequacies.
Yeah, as far as like the football aspect goes, I don't know if I could say that he needed Spencer, because even when Spencer wasn't playing in the previous games, when he wasn't the option and the other receivers were, Jordan was still playing well. And even before Spencer got to the high school, he was still playing well. So I
But they
wouldn't know
wasn't winning. He
weren't
hadn't won a
winning.
championship. He hadn't even,
Right.
for all intents and purposes, he hadn't even regarded his talent to the level that he did and have the confidence he did. Like, even when I go back, I don't know why I go back to this, but with grandfather Willie and him showing him, and he's like, that's not a fucking throw, that's a catch. And Jordan was prideful, excited, ecstatic, as if that was the first time he had ever did something like that within his high school career. So while like there's something to be said about he had a certain level of talent to even be on the team and to be QB1, which is still questionable because your daddy's the coach, we don't see Jordan operate fully up until this season with Coach Mack in a space of excellence and just continue consistent winningness and focus outside of Spencer being in his orbit. It doesn't happen.
But Erica, further
what you were saying, Kofi?
What about in season 3 when Billy went back to Crenshaw and he had Coach Montez? Didn't we see him play well? I mean, yeah, there was controversy in the championship game where it looked like the win should have gone to Crenshaw, but he did lead them to the state championship, and Spencer wasn't on the squad, so can't act like, oh, he didn't do that. He did do that. You know what I mean? So there have been times where he's played well when Spencer's.
But at that time, Spencer and his dad, which are triggers, were nowhere near him. And Montez saw him. Then he was able to step up. But as soon as Spencer comes on the scene, as soon as his father came up on the scene, he shrinks down as a child. And he can't do anything.
Or if nobody picks him. Because I think that's something very real, too, of like he needs so desperately for somebody to attaboy his ass. Spencer was at a high school with a coach who didn't know his ass from his whatever. And Spencer calling reverse plays and Chris like, we gonna be dead if this don't work. Like Spencer's doing it regardless. So like, I have understood for like 2 years now of you trying to make the point of like Jordan is actually good, but in what they gave us for context clues, I will never regard Jordan being at the level of excellence that Spencer is within the game of football, but as an athlete. And it is because I feel like they were intentional in what they gave us for each person. If Jordan was the caliber of athlete that Spencer was, then we would have seen him be that consistently.
Mm-hmm.
Regardless of who chose him, but regardless of who liked him, regardless of who picked him as a guy, like Jordan is still whining about he needs somebody to choose him.
And I think that both of those points extends more from Billy's failure than Jordan's.
Okay.
But
also, is it a failure, Antonio, if this is not even what the boy wanted and he only doing it for his father anyway? Because that also, for me, is on the back end, it goes into me not believing that he's ever going to amount to any kind of level of excellence that Spencer is, because he don't even want to do it.
He does.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. As a parent, I would imagine, at least, I would imagine that you would see something in your child to know, okay, your heart's not really in this. Are you sure this is what you want to do? And if not, then we can find something else that fulfills you.
But most kids,
because Billy also had an ego, he wanted Jordan to follow his footsteps. He wanted him to be a good, big, football player. So yeah, he indulged him and he probably overlooked a lot of things. Also, guilt from the time when he wasn't there raising him when they were kids. You know, him and Olivia talked about it, how they didn't see him a lot when he was playing football. So he probably was trying to close that gap.
And now I'm getting frustrated, y'all, because I'm about to have some empathy for Jordan and I don't want to. Because this just goes back to what we're talking about right now, goes back to what you said originally, Angela, with him not knowing himself. Billy, in his failure, did not help put Jordan in a position to get to know the things that he would actually like and could go after with reckless abandon or ambition. He has been chasing shit to try to live up to something that he imagined Billy wanted for him, and in the midst of that, never cultivated a fucking personality for himself. And I'm kicking his ass about it, and it's not his fault.
It's not.
You
But
compare that to Olivia
Ugh.
with the stuff that they let her do. They let her try a whole bunch of different things. She's flying off the handle writing articles about everybody under the sun. And they just yes, do more of that. Forget everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
He kind of didn't have that same freedom.
But I could also go ahead.
Outside, maybe what Angela's talking about, we're probably gonna see shades of this in the next episode. So the ghost of Billy's supposedly supposed to come, and they might open something. I don't know, but it's a good point that she's raising.
Yeah.
So I would also look at things. So I'm looking at things generationally, because if you think about it, Billy didn't know what he wanted to do either, right? And that was very obvious when it came down to him wanting to be a principal, right? And then all of a sudden he decided, no, I want to go and work at the college, right? If you think about it, all of his plays were basically for Spencer. They weren't for Jordan.
Dang, Jordan.
So,
child, and I'm sitting over here judging Jordan's ass because why in the hell at 20 years old is your whole entire plan for the future surrounded this girl who you could love very dearly, but you don't want nothing else, Negro? How could he? He don't even know what's an option.
The father and the husband that Billy wasn't. That's why he attaches to that kid so bad. That's why he wanted the child and to help raise Simone. That's why he wants Layla so bad. He wants that family stable life.
Y'all, I want to continue hating Jordan. I didn't even get to hate him for a full 48 hours in my full vitriol. What?
Jordan wants love.
Of course. But all of this other stuff is like coloring it better for me. And I can empathize with this. I cannot empathize with a little random ass biracial boy who is steeped in his privilege just doing because he can. I can't empathize with that. But I can empathize with the little black boy who don't even fully understand his proximity to his blackness or within his identity. Deeply wanting love, spending all of his life trying to live up to an ideal that his father never established for him or expected of him, but never told him not to aspire to it. So he don't cultivate any personality, any likes, ambitions, or anything else for himself. And he's governing his life based off of a lot of societal pressures, but also familial pressures that they have not even taken 2 seconds to relieve off of this boy with a couple simple affirmations. And now we're all suffering at the hands of him trying at his best efforts to be a great guy and being a shitty individual in the process, thinking that he's doing good.
And then look at from the Texas one. Go ahead.
No, I need to add this too. No disrespect, but Billy and Laura really did a disservice to their children when it came to that aspect of the identity issue, because it should have had to taken Spencer from Crenshaw to come into their orbit for them to have found themselves in tapping into their blackness. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And I'm not trying to disparage interracial relationships. You love who you love, but when you enter into these, you need to have these type of conversations about how we're going to explain how we can keep them connected within their culture. Like,
yep.
Liv has seemed to have found herself by now. Like, that time she took away from London, I think she has a clear picture of who she is. Jordan is still somewhat trying to look for that. And I got him. Billy's no longer here, so he can't really defend himself. But, bro, I'm looking at you like, man, how you not, how you not cue your son in? Like, Spencer is even more woke about that than you Jordan is, and Spencer didn't have boy for most of his adult teenage life. So that's one aspect where I'm like, damn, can we really be mad at Jordan? Like, look at what the heck he's being dealt with.
But I think they did a good job in looking at culture, and again, those feelings that we need to do, because Jordan was more of a mama's boy, and Olivia is more of daddy's girl.
Mm-hmm.
Because you look at Jordan was one of the only or a few people of color at his high school, right? And so in the black community, I'd say maybe a majority, right? The people that became rich were known or is known to play sports or do music, right? Very few times do we branch out to say, oh, you can be a doctor or a lawyer or a nurse or an engineer, right? And so with that being said, Jordan looked good when he was the only black or the major black at his high school. His best friends were white. So
and
that's
he could
who
do so without actually identifying as black. So that's another thing. He was getting the benefit of that particular moniker without all that came with it.
But Olivia was out of place with all the white people she was dealing with. She gravitated to more black people. So it's hard to see yourself when you don't know what you're staring at.
No.
And I think...
That's
Go ahead, Kofi.
I know, I'm just saying, I guess this is where we are with Jordan right now. Like, Angela is, she's brought up some things that I have not really even considered, but now, as we're talking about it, I'm like, damn, maybe we need to give Jordan a break here. Like,
so that brings me to, so I'm thinking that, but then it also brings me to my personal issue with people, even with the particular background and context that the Jordan character in his lived experience provides. I go back to personally being put in a circumstance, coming from Northeast Baltimore, having the mother that I have, having the father that I have, and for all intents and purposes, having some privileges in reference to legs up in life, in reference to like athletic ability. My father being he has a very immigrant mind, Caribbean immigrant who was like only focused on school and money, which helped push me to a certain place or on a certain path. But so much of who y'all see in front of you today has come from me taking every opportunity placed in front of me and then still seeking more. So my personal frustration with the character of Jordan and also with other men like him is you can have a shitty lot. You could be positioned to not actually excel or not fully know yourself or not be, pushed to cultivate some type of real awareness and grounding and happiness and joy that's specific to you. But then what the fuck are you going to do about it? Because Jordan, to me, decides to settle into what he's been given when he has every opportunity in the world to do better, to be better.
Okay, so what if I challenged you on that, Erica, to look at it from the perspective of who raised him and Olivia?
Right.
So when I look at his parents, they weren't parenting, right?
And
they
for
left
me,
him
my
to-
parents weren't parenting. Like my dad, his way of parenting was, I'm going to pay for you to go to this private school because you live in the hood with your mama, and I'm going to grad school in Detroit. And my dad still says to this day, I didn't raise you, because aside from him paying for me to go to private school up until high school and me going to visit him in Detroit for the summers and working like fixing homes and shit like that with him, there was no advice on life and love and this, and like, it was not that. It was, what are your grades? Why aren't there A's? But no tutoring to get there. Like, if anything, the most he would do is like put me in classes for the year ahead of me so that I'll be prepared and see the information prior to. So in that regard, like, I was exposed, but I wasn't actually reared, and my mama was wilding out. So in a lot of ways, I had to grow up very quickly and be the adult as a child within the circumstance of the adults in my actual home where I was most of the time. So like, while I don't have the worst lot in life, I can relate to the fact of like not really being raised, just kind of being put in a place with access to certain things. And lucky for me, I made certain choices, because if I would have made other choices, which were very much so available to me, I feel like I grew up in a family, not to be TMI, of like alcoholics, and like I didn't drink until I was 21, and that was a specific choice that I made. And seeing the like what that does to people, you get what I'm saying?
I do, but it sounds like when I hear about your life, you had the exposure and you were being taught that there are better things in life. So because you were able to see the not so good and the better, you had the option, and I don't really think you had the option. Your dad kind of bestowed it upon you. I think if you didn't go in the direction that you've gone in, Erica, your dad would have put a halt to that. But that was the best way that he could teach you without telling you. So you wouldn't go back and say, you made me do it. Does that make sense? Unlike Jordan, who nobody showed him options that could be better than his mother and his father. He knows sports. He knows law. He knows that these parents made a lot of money and they were never around to help me. They didn't.
But see, that's what I would like. That's where I think I kind of identify, because while my dad put me in a proximity of certain things of, I guess, better, I felt a lot in private school of like, I live in the fucking hood. I walk here. I don't have money. I don't get to do the things that the people that are around me get to do, because I don't.
You expensive.
Kinda. And I think I get frustrated with looking at Jordan, because while your parents weren't there, mine were not there. These niggas did not help. Like, my coaches were my saving grace, because my parents were doing their thing, whatever their thing was. And while I did get to, like, I guess visually see some things different, a lot of what I, in hindsight, and I could be wrong, but in hindsight, a lot of what I look at as my rearing was like out of spite. Like, I made certain decisions because I saw this and I'm like, but I don't want that. So it got to be something else. Like, I don't want to be drunk on the corner. I don't want to be a crackhead. I don't want to do this, and this. So I went searching for other stuff, but it wasn't actually given to me as an option. I think the only thing that I will definitely give my dad is putting me in that circumstance and then basically like impressing upon me, you better pick something good to be that's going to make money. So I chose to be a doctor and kind of followed that through grad school.
Okay. but you were able to see it. Now let's look at it from
But I didn't
Jordan's
have no
perspective.
help. Like, even with that, my father didn't actually like assist me along the way. While Jordan can claim that he didn't see certain things, like you have a NFL father and a high powered white mama living in a circumstance that I could only imagine if I had the access to money that this character had in my same circumstances, where I would be right now. Like, I feel like I would be so much further along.
But Erica, I would say that could possibly not be true. And the reason why I say this is because a lot of people that come from affluential backgrounds, right? And their parents have arrived, right? How do you top that? It's hard.
That's true.
To get to the top and stay at the top.
That's very
right?
true. Mm-hmm.
So it's not like there was some mediocre like Spencer. Spencer was able to see, okay, there's more that I can achieve, right? And so because there's more than I can achieve, I'm going to make good grades. I'm going to help my mother. I'm going to give back to my brother. When you have privilege, you just think about all the celebrities and their nepotism. How many of them have not turned into alcoholics, addicts, could do so much more? The parents bail them out of every trouble that they ever had. They never were really disciplined, and they raised themselves. So where is there to go? How do you top an NFL player whose name is on a field? The whole community knows him. Your mama is white and she's a lawyer, right? And she was even getting some recognition in Crenshaw. And she was a DA. You never have heard about Jordan in high school making good grades. You never saw Jordan do more than anything than throwing parties and going to parties and throwing a football.
Being a bachelor.
And being a what?
Being a bachelor.
A bachelor. Like having girls like every week before he was committed. You know what I mean?
But he could do that. He could have sex. It don't take much.
I get it, but then there's also, I think that will probably forever be the sticking point for me, because it's just like, you Negroes with the privilege and the access have every reason in the world to succeed, and you actively choose to fail. But you're right. In a lot of cases, the adversity that other people have to experience and push through is the defining thing that helps you not go down that same path. So I think that's going to forever be a sticking point for me with the Jordan character. And I get it more so when we first meet him, but then also now we're 6 seasons in. You have known Spencer for what? 4 years, 3-4 years, and you are opting to still have angst and resentment for this boy versus taking what you can get from him, which is a lot of life lessons.
But if you don't understand those life lessons, how can you comprehend it? Because throughout the show, we've seen the life lessons that Spencer has gone through. But Jordan doesn't, his light bulb flickers because he thinks he's above all that. He thinks life is supposed to be easy. So if you look it through a lens of a child looking at your parents and they're both successful, you don't realize it took a lot of hard work to get there. He didn't see their struggles.
Especially when they're just handing you everything.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't have the money in the beginning, but him and her and Billy were trying to work stuff out. These kids don't understand hard times.
Well, that part that just saved me, because while I'm not necessarily going to lean into my villain era and my vitriol to him, I can still keep my foot on his goddamn neck because nobody else is going to, so it's my duty.
No, but we need to, because he's wrong in so many areas. But you can every flaw that he points out that he dislikes about Spencer and Ryan and everybody else, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's him. He's talking about himself.
Yep.
But when you can take initiative and you can't accept that you don't have the ability, I don't think Jordan has the capability or the ability to do more than what he's doing.
What y'all think, fellas?
I don't know. It's a
Kobe
lot.
said, "Don't make me co-sign that."
No, because I feel like
I've had to fight for my life with Jordan for the last 4 or 5 episodes. Like, people have been coming for this, bro. Next, like, more so
you have.
than usual. I don't normally pay Jordan no mind. I mean, he ain't my favorite character in the show. I'm not sure it's Spencer, but damn, like, the time I've had to watch, like, somebody got to be in this man's corner. Damn. But I'm just gonna wait what this next episode in the back half of 6B is gonna bring. I think maybe we'll see something shift. I hope, because everybody can't stay stagnant. Everyone has at least made some sort of adjustment, with the exception of Jordan. So I'm hoping that something happens and he has a good arc we can look back at and say, hey, this is where we're turning point. That's my hope. It'll happen, we'll see.
Antonio, what was you about to say?
I don't know. I'm still trying to put my thoughts together.
Oh.
I guess I'm trying to figure out like where I stand with Jordan, cause I don't know. I can't. It's hard to analyze a character when my like vitriol and the anger goes more towards the writers and the creators of a show more than the characters in the show. When I see a character do something stupid, I'm like, okay, why did they do that? Why did they write it like that? And if the reason why is stupid, then that's when I get more angry. So, as far as the character goes, I feel like we got to the reason of why he is the way he is. But now, even though we have that reason, he's still making bad decisions.
So we got to put our foot on his neck. Yes.
We do.
I don't know if we got to put our foot on his neck, but
how else he gonna change? Nobody has asked him to grow the hell up or actually required him to grow the hell up. And now I gotta deal with people in my DMs, the lovely men that I love so dearly and respect so dearly, defending his ass at every turn. And to me, the solution is Jordan don't get to stay the same. Period.
Right. Yes, that's okay. Yeah, that's cool. Sorry, go ahead.
But Erica, I don't think he's staying the same. I was always taught people are either going to excel or they're going to regress. And Jordan has regressed. And the reason why Jordan has regressed, in my opinion, is because he's not been through anything.
Which is worse.
It's a lot worse. But you think about how they've written everybody. Everybody has gone through something except for Jordan.
Even Wade.
Even Wade, and he just got here.
Yeah, that's a good point that you brought up. Because every character. Wow, and we were just talking about this with like another show on the thing that makes characters good is how people who watch them relate to them. And if you don't struggle, then we can't relate to you. And
Yeah.
I think that's why, Erica, you have a hard time empathizing. You can't empathize with someone you don't relate to. And you have a hard time relating to him because his character has had small, little setbacks that he's turned into mountains compared to the characters around him who have had actual mountains to climb.
And then he turns himself into a pain in the ass of somebody who already has had a mountain to surmount. I wouldn't pay his ass no mind if he didn't make himself some other people problems like Layla. I would just go ahead and ignore him. Y'all will notice I'm most critical of Jordan when he is making his existence Layla's problem and Spencer's problem. Because they got enough of them motherfuckers. When he is Olivia's problem, listen here, that's your damn twin brother. When he is Billy Baker's problem, I don't give a damn, you made him. When he is Laura's problem, what the hell ever. When he is Asher's problem, y'all two peas in a pod. But when he becomes Layla and Spencer's problem, I am on his ass. Because you could never survive the things that they both have survived. And yet and still, you find yourself fixing to be an issue in a life that has already been complicated. Go to hell, sir. That's interesting.
Yeah,
I haven't articulated it that way before, but that's interesting because that's like at the core, I think.
Yeah, but he likes attention.
Who gives a shit what he likes?
But remember how we were talking earlier about some people just need attention?
Yeah.
So they're facing small issues because they don't have anything, right? And they want to fit in, and they don't know how to fit in. So you just create a problem so you can get people to talk to you.
It's like little kids, like you said. Kids, they want positive attention, but they'll take negative attention if you give it to them, as long as they get in their attention.
Facts. But your ass is not a child, which then again, this tap dance is on a very real personal issue for Erica, because in real life, these attention-seeking people get my ass to kiss, because I'm not playing these games with y'all. I'm not doing it.
He is a child now. What Kendrick say? He 37, but showing up as a 7-year-old. That's where his trauma is. When they say that you get stuck in what age your trauma presents itself in, and his trauma started when he was a kid.
That's real.
And until he works through that, it's never going to change. We saw it with Spencer before he started going to therapy. He was hitting that wall every single time. That anger would pop up. You do something stupid every single time.
Yeah.
But he worked through that. Me and his dad, he was able to change it.
But remember when Jordan was supposed to go to therapy?
Yes, I do remember that.
We never heard about him in therapy when Spencer was trying to train him. We never heard about it.
Yep.
So he may not have ever gone. Yeah, he may not have ever gone.
He should have took his ass there because what? Because what? He said that he went. Oh, just like Layla said, she was going to go talk to that doctor, but we don't seem to understand why she didn't go talk to that doctor. Meanwhile, 2 years ago, you lied about going to a goddamn therapy. See, now I'm back on his ass. Thank you. Thank y'all for bringing me full circle, because I thought I was going to be relegated to the space of empathizing with little privileged ass Jordan with the daddy issues. But
Eric,
no.
I got you. I'll keep you with having your foot on Jordan's neck because he deserves it. But if Jordan, I really feel like if Jordan really had to have an issue, Jordan would probably unalive himself.
Mm.
He does not have the ability to handle conflict and stress. So we're either down to that or he has a neurotypical issue.
I mean,
Y'all
I can
think
see it.
And he's high functioning and nobody's noticing it.
do y'all think the writers will eventually find a way to get him to work through some of this stuff or no?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Dang,
And the
I'm
reason why I
just
say
trying to
that
sit
is
through this,
because
huh?
he's too cute. Jordan's the one that looks cute and almost an airhead. That's how I see him. And
Yeah,
so he's not as bad as the one that tried to be funny but wasn't funny and would do all that crazy stuff. The blonde-haired guy. You know what I'm
JJ?
talking about?
JJ?
Yes. Yeah. So Jordan is him. He just doesn't do the real ignorant things.
Mm. Yeah, I can't presume to think that the writers are going to do anything at this particular point. I can only hope. But I have been disappointed way too many times. So no, I don't think that they're actually going to address all of this that they could.
yeah. They almost, man, they almost had me. Okay, I was thinking, all right, first episode, all right, second episode, third episode, okay, we doing something, fourth episode, okay, all right, and then they hit me with the chopper style episode that they play on Monday, and I was like, what are we doing? We don't know basic storytelling, we don't know basic editing, we don't know basic pacing. We 6, 5, 10, however many seasons in, and we making rookie mistakes like this. Cancel the show.
But
Not the
they
chopper
need.
style episode.
That's what
I'm
I kept rewinding to. I'm like, there's no way I missed this conversation. I must not have. I must have been on my phone. I must have been playing my game. There's no way I had to rewind 20 times.
Yeah,
And
thinking
I'm
you
like,
missed something and you did. Yep, me
they
too.
just didn't put this in the episode. I just,
Oh my goodness.
It's a
Well,
lot.
it is. And I'm clearly going to have to finish this rewriting of the scenes. Antonio, I think that you're really going to enjoy it. So hopefully you get a chance to go back and watch the first part of this live.
I will. I'm doing when I'm at work tomorrow.
This has been good though. I'm glad I actually decided to do this. And I am going to try to finish rewriting the rest of the scenes that give me pause. I'm glad I was able to do this, come up with this, and then come at the conversation in another way, because I was definitely getting to the point of like, I just don't even want to talk about this shit no more. If I had to keep talking about it in the way that I was just like, I can't do that. This is crushing my soul. But this part, I can do this forever in 5 days.
Yeah.
I
Once you finish with that, rewrite Vegas.
Antonio, now. I told Jesus to take me off of his strongest soldiers list. I'm not going to be able to go to Vegas and rewrite the visceral reaction that I still feel, and I still have like struggles with consuming that particular episode. I would not dare try to rewrite that shit.
Crazy. It's not that episode for me. It's the dinner table episode.
What dinner table?
Like, don't when or is it, no, which episode when they crashed the car? Is that before
that? But those are separate
before
episodes, isn't it?
Those are separate episodes.
Yeah, those are separate.
Okay, that's the one that get me.
Oh, when Spencer outs her.
If you love me, you would. If
Yeah.
you love me, you would drive this car.
Oh, see, she had already lost me at Vegas, so everything after that is a fever dream, and I'm just kind of like, all right, well, I think I'm not as affected by that particular part because I had my inflection point in Vegas. Her running out, I don't know. I immediately correlate that to like a woman telling herself she don't deserve the best, and it just hits hard and it hits home, and I'm just like, no, I reject this shit, Olivia. But yeah, her and him switching the seats, it wasn't great, but it wasn't the worst for me because she had already did that. At that point, you're capable of anything. You literally just walked away from everything that you wanted and you hoped for, and that is literally the best thing for you in this particular moment as it pertains to your romantic love, but also as a personification for everything else in reference to good things happening to you. So of course you're going to choose violence at every other point in your fucking life. Oh, Olivia made me mad from that point on. The damn running across the Black Lives Matter mural into Ash's arms shouldn't have did nothing after.
I knew.
Oh wait, but that was before. That was before Vegas. That was before Vegas.
But Erica, so I have two questions for you with this scene. Okay, so the first one is, why is it that what's her name? Is it Laura? Is that her name?
The mama.
The mom.
Yeah, the mama. How is it that because Billy died, Laura has changed such a great personality that they let her back into the house?
They just trying to lessen the sets because they needed to lower the budget. Honestly, them shrinking to 13 episodes was the CW mandating them to get to a smaller budget. So I feel like her moving back in was not tied to the actual like grief around Billy's death or anything. It was tied to like them needing to keep the cost low.
Y'all up out of here.
Yeah, that's the same reason why Layla is gentrifying the goddamn Crenshaw Cafe. Like, why is this happening?
I've been watching CW for 15 years, and they done had 22 episodes per show for as long as I can remember. Now they want to go down to 13.
Yeah, they needed to get the budgets under control, and that's something that came out midway through, not midway because we're midway now, but like early on this season. It's like one of the executives came forward and was like, oh, All American isn't a threat to be canceled because we got them to a good financial position, and the only thing that we were considering in reference to cancellation is where they fall financially in reference to impact in the bottom line for the network.
Okay.
Wow.
All right, so I can understand that, but I just didn't like how they wrote it. So my second item is, how is it that when Billy died, Laura had the ability to give the house to Asher
when Willie is still alive?
Willie's still alive and comes up to visit. So where is he staying?
Where's Willie staying? That's the question.
He in Florida. He live in Florida.
But he's up here trying to push up on Mama Fine. So where he staying?
In her hotel room.
But doesn't he have a boat in Florida?
Where he staying when he come to push up on Mama Fine and get Laura on
in
his
her
date
hotel
nap?
room.
See. But no, the way they position it is this is a new thing. They didn't know, and they weren't dating each other prior to this. They're about to go down this road. So that's a very real thing, and an oversight by the writers and them trying to keep the damn budget tight because it don't make no damn sense. Why is Asher in Crenshaw actually?
So he can learn how to crip walk.
And the fact that he had the audacity to ask Laura for a favor to get the house in Crenshaw instead of staying at the beach house.
Right, she could have just paid the rent for them. That's where your school is at. Like, I cannot. Well, Tamara, who is a member of the channel, she has 2 daughters who go to school in Malibu and they live in South Central. So she like lives this in real life. But I could not imagine making that damn sacrifice and doing that. But it happens. It happens.
Well, with an infant?
Child.
I could understand because an infant gets sick, like they did show the part that baby got sick. And the girl just started work.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So if y'all making some money How is it that y'all can afford to live on your own in Crenshaw? With an infant.
We went to go ask for the house in Crenshaw when we could have asked for rent, or we could have asked to move to the Baker's house.
Right.
Why? Also, why didn't you go live with your damn parents? Again, I think it's budgeting. Ash's parents have yet to be seen. They only spoken about because they can't afford them. We ain't seen Carter because they can't afford him. We ain't seen additional sets because they can't afford that. Chop.
I didn't think we was gonna see Dylan until he showed up.
So is he gone from the show?
I think after this season he will be.
Okay, so then the other thing I had a problem with, thank you for reminding me, was how is it that what's her name? Spencer's mama.
Grace.
When she got married. Okay, so when Grace got married to D'Angelo, why did we never see D'Angelo's daughter and they never mentioned his?
I don't know.
They sent her upstairs. You know how like in the 90s when they had kids and then they didn't put them in the character no more, they would send them upstairs and then they would come back.
They never
That's what they did. Think about it. Every 90s show did it.
Every single
Family
one.
Matters.
Mm-hmm.
Boy Meets World.
It makes no sense. It makes no sense.
But Dylan can go and travel to see D'Angelo. Like, that was like he just gravitated to D'Angelo so quickly and put Spencer on the back burner for D'Angelo.
Y'all know I have been pointing out the convenience in various writing choices. So yeah, those things definitely do not make sense, but we just are forced to go with it.
It makes sense.
Dylan did give me the one moment in this episode which tickled me a little bit when he's sitting in the background eating his tacos, drinking his drink. Listen now, Asher and Jamie's argument is that Asher makes a comment how he got a new doctor and he's like, oh, that was what Spencer was like, all right, everybody, clear out. Did y'all, any of y'all find that weird? And that happened, he's like, okay, everybody clear out. Let's give him alone time.
Dylan was hilarious, but Spencer going as far as to clear the party out. I was like, you're gonna put everybody out of here so they can have this argument. I guess
he said we at the beach, so everybody just go play in the sand.
Maybe. Y'all gonna have to take that shit somewhere else or take it to a room. Take it to your old room. Anyway.
I'm trying to understand how did Ashley afford to come to the United States and don't have no other gig or nothing to fly in for several weeks to see
we gonna
Olivia.
have to do a part 2 of this because we only been talking about the Jordanness of it all in reference to the Jordala, but a very real area of issue in this episode is how Olivia handled Ashley and their accelerated rate of Ashley's goddamn crazy. It was completely mishandled. It made absolutely no goddamn sense, and I'm definitely rewriting those things as well. What happened?
I said, but you called exactly what was gonna happen.
I didn't think that they really would, like, come on now. And at least if they were going to do it, they needed to stretch it over episodes. Why has this boy been missing in action?
Erica, what they do, they listen to what you say and they take the little bit that they can from what you say and throw it into the script last minute. That's how
that's called the monkey's paw.
I can't.
What you want to happen happens, but not the way you want.
Right. To show that they're really paying attention to what you're saying and doing.
Child. If they're paying attention, they need to hire my ass. How about that?
Well, they are.
They stop trashing us on these lives.
Even if you're a consultant. I'm telling you, as soon as you get this script written, I feel like they're gonna call you.
I can't. We are so far in the weeds.
I just know next episode. I feel like if this show gets picked up for season 7, this is setting up for when Spencer goes to leave. They're gonna shift it to this new kid Dion to be like the main character. It's giving me those vibes because I saw the promo and it came across as if everybody needs a coach or something like that. And I don't know. It feels like they're gonna set it up where the show gets picked up for another season. They're gonna do a transition. A lot of these characters we're seeing on screen, they're gonna get phased out or something. I feel like that's what's gonna happen if they get another season, in my opinion.
I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to it if they were handling the transition well. You get rid of all the characters if the hell you like. I don't like this Dion character enough to care, but I could.
They can't even do transitions between the 2 flagship shows. How they gonna do a spinoff?
Hello.
They had the easiest layup.
No, I just thought of this. I think nobody's brought this up. You know how you say you don't understand why Asher's in Crenshaw? Maybe, I don't know if they would do this, but like, maybe he's gonna be the next coach at Crenshaw High School or something, and like be a mentor. I don't know. Like, do you know why? I don't know why he's in Crenshaw in the first place. Other than that comedy made in the pilot episode is kind of full circle. They could have really done something with that, bro.
They could have done something with that.
Like, you know how he moved
him
back
learning the crip walk?
How Spencer moved to Beverly? They should have had freaking Asher freaking move to Crenshaw and live in Crenshaw and, you know, get a taste of that so-called crip walk and see what it is and what it ain't. But, you know.
Or even like if I had to come up with something and how to plug that, like it would be a Wade thing. Like he could stop the cycle. It's not to say it's a full cycle, but for like lack of better words, of like him and Wade are getting back cool, and he's like, oh, I gotta go because I don't want to hit traffic because he gotta go so far. And Wade's like, where you live? And he's like, oh, I live in Crenshaw. And he's like, oh, you're gonna show me a crip walk, and then Asher can have a visceral response similar to Spencer, like, nah, that's not cool. That would be a way to do it and like pay it off of like, oh, Asher's learned and da 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 da. I think that could be authentic.
Have this white guy and his Asian girlfriend with their mixed race Asian baby living in probably the blackest part of South Crenshaw is an interesting choice, if I would say so myself.
A very interesting choice.
And
a very interesting one to put on the back burner at that, because it's also a very like D story of them.
They have one of the more interesting story character arc.
Right, and getting the least amount of time and effort and energy. Yeah.
Anybody could get a spinoff, it'd be them.
Well, Kofi, that's right up your alley, because I don't think I'm checking it out. But
now I can feel a spinoff with Coop being a lawyer and her actually going to law school and not becoming a Kardashian lawyer. You know what I'm saying? With the apprenticeship program. Because I don't understand.
I guess I could see it, but I wouldn't watch it. I don't care. Coop has served her purpose. She got sense this season. That's all I needed from her. Asher has arrived at the final boss level and beat it. I don't need nothing else from his ass. Coop has arrived at the final boss level. I don't need shit else from her ass. Layla has arrived, beaten certain bosses, and now has entered a whole nother world where she got to go through some other things. And I just really enjoy her character, so she could probably go on forever, and I will continue watching.
But she was supposed to just do a gap year. One gap year is what she said.
Is that what she said?
No, that's what she said. Sure. Remember, she was on in college. She was doing a gap year. So A means one, yes?
Are you an educator?
No, I'm a mental health therapist.
Okay. All right. That makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And number 2, how did Clue get her voice back to rapping?
And not rapping. Take your ass back to the studio. If you like, that's like, I'm not mad at the Coop a lawyer
She a lawyer.
storyline. It's just not exciting to me. It's like, okay, girl, you got a sensible career. You're gonna go off and have a great life. Enjoy. Like, I don't need to watch you do that. What'd you say?
If you think about it, it makes sense because, like, let's break this down. Like, she's always been in trouble for law since the first season. Right? She jammed up Tyrone, to how she got shot, to the whole thing with her being accused of killing Tyrone. So it would make sense that
this show is wild, boy.
Always involved with the criminal justice system, transitions to being part of the criminal justice system,
right?
Like being a lawyer.
That's true. That's true.
So I get that.
Yeah, we went from that to this.
I'm sorry, it was my fault. I derailed it. I apologize.
No, not the conversation. He's talking about the plot points.
No.
He's talking about the era of Sean and Tyrone, and now this is what we dealing with. Menace ass Jordan wreaking havoc upon Layla's mental just cause he can and he don't know no better. Give me the real villains.
Bo.
Take me back to Tyrone era.
Because that was good.
That was so good.
Just thought about it. When Jordan had that injury with his wrist or whatever, do you remember he almost fell apart? He couldn't even do that right. Spencer trained him, and he still didn't learn from him. That boy is regressing. He's not stagnant, he's regressing.
Terrible.
If I had one wish, I wish.
All right, Ray J. What you wish for?
I wish they wouldn't have killed Sean quickly. I really want to see where he would have been right now.
Yeah.
Like, it would have hit so much, bro. Like, for real. But I guess they're kind of doing it with Preach too, so I guess I can be aware. So, but still, yeah. But hey, we're getting Chris back in 6 weeks. So exciting.
Oh, we are?
We are?
Yeah, There's on Twitter I saw a trailer for the second half of the season, and yeah, Chris is back, man.
Fingers crossed Spencer's real brothers into the chat, because his real brothers are Sean, regardless of what the hell was transpiring, and Chris. Jordan, you don't know nothing about that.
Darnell. Forget Darnell.
Darnell, yes, Darnell.
I think Darnell would be able to be free since he's on BMF.
Child, I don't think Darnell's coming back.
I
mean, I would have wanted. Well, Kia don't have no damn story, but Kia not on Chicago, whatever, no more. But she doesn't really. They kind of wrote her character into a damn corner, so it would be no reason for her as to come back. But I would love to see Kia.
That would be.
They could have brought.
What was Spencer's agent name? Bring her back.
I don't hate that he went for Wade, but it'd have hit more. He asked Darnell or Chris to come be the play for him. That'd have been so much better. I'd have given Coastal a better chance to beat GAU. We being honest.
I really want Coastal to beat GAU, even though I don't like Wade, and I think that Asher and them have been given too much. It's like at this point, it's a race to the bottom, and I don't want GAU to be given anything because Jordan. So I would much rather they just go ahead and give it to GAU, because in all honesty, both of these damn teams don't deserve to be there. How are y'all going to show us one playoff game where Jordan shits the bed half of the time, and you want me to believe that these two are now competing for a national championship?
The time jump. It's freaking.
If they both could lose, I would root for it. If they both could lose, I would root for it, because it's just ghetto and ridiculous. They show us nothing. We got to see nothing of GAU even on the field. We didn't see Jabari do much of nothing.
They said they were gonna give you.
I think that's
So
gonna be the
football
100th.
now, football.
I think the 100th episode is gonna be the championship game.
Championship.
And we transition.
100 episodes already?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's what Billy came back for.
Well, Billy's coming. Well, that's not the 100th. But he is coming back. But yeah, as a ghost, which I'm interested to see how that story's gonna go. Maybe he's gonna unlock some things that the characters haven't been able to deal with, and bring some clarity.
The only thing I'm interested in seeing Ghost Billy do is beat Jordan's ass. That's it. That's it.
No, that's not what we want. We want him to tell him that he loves him and that he chooses.
Is that what we want?
And heal all his childhood.
Already. We
That's
got
what
that already.
Yeah, that's what you say you want.
But we got
We
the
did?
fact that he said it. We got the fact right before he died that he told Jordan that he loved him. Yeah.
Well,
Not
he just
well.
said he approved Layla. I don't hear I love. Well, did he say I love you too, son? I don't remember. Did he say that?
All I know is Billy ain't whoop his ass enough. So that's definitely something that has not occurred.
But I feel what they're gonna try to do is try to make the characters try to evolve through Billy. But if Billy was gonna be a ghost, they should have made him a ghost right after he died, not next season. You know what I'm saying?
A whole year and a half after his death, now all of a sudden he coming out haunting people.
It's gonna be a pop-up book.
Because it don't make sense. His death wasn't even really predicted.
Whatever he does, it needs not be corny, it need not be cheesy, and it needs to be effective. Because Jordan needs to kick in his ass to catch up in real life with everybody else.
I don't know.
This past episode is anything in condition. That ain't gonna happen. I gotta go. Yeah, good night.
Good night, Antonio. Thank you so much for joining. Y'all, it's almost 4.5 hours in, so we all gonna go ahead and head out. Thank you so much, Angela, for all your great insights and shifting the conversation in another way to explore and unpack. That was the whole purpose of this live, so I think mission has been accomplished. Kofi, as always, I appreciate you and I love you, even if I am trying to counteract some of your points. It's all out of love and wanting the best for you and men that look like you. I promise. I hope you receive that.
I'm not one of these roles that be so weak-minded I can't take the constructive criticism. So it's all good. It's about growth and trying to, find that better, man that you want to be for whoever you decide to engage in a relationship. So yeah, I don't take it personally either. So it's cool.
I love that. Thank you. If you're watching this on replay, I am going to make the script as we have it now, as well as any updates available in the Discord so that you can check it out. I'll put it in the All American channel. Thank y'all again for joining me tonight. Any last thoughts before you guys head out?
Not really.
Okay. I mean, we're just going
poor Jordan.
Going on with All American and hope. I hope in the next few weeks we get some previews about Homecoming, at least a trailer or a teaser or something.
Something.
Before, yeah.
Oh, and I have a reaction to the Ghost trailer that I gotta post because that's what I really need to be getting into. I got so many thoughts.
Yeah, I'm Billy Big. Say Dick, always being live. Oh yeah.
I can't.
Good night, people.
Good night. Good night. Have a great rest of y'all's week.
All right.
I'll see you later.
Okay. Bye.
Yes.
Thank y'all for watching. If you made it all the way to the end of this live, y'all are the best. Let me hang this up. I hope that you guys enjoyed it. I didn't get to do as much writing as I typically or as I had planned to, but I think we did some. So hopefully the screenwriters in the crew in the community are able to pull a little bit something from there. Again, I am going to finish this up and expound upon it. I'm gonna try to record it. I don't think I'm gonna go live and do it, but maybe I'll make sure to record my process and thoughts, so that you guys can reference back to that and at least see that part of the process, because I think that part is very, very important. I really enjoyed this dialogue tonight, and I need to figure out how I bring that more into the live after show, because the place that we're going with it is not as impactful and not as much unpacking as I would hope like we did tonight. And I really appreciate the conversation that we were able to have tonight. Thank you guys so much for subscribing and for checking out the video. I will be doing more of these here on the channel, and I also am still going live every single day here on the channel. So if you are not subscribed just yet, you have to subscribe to be able to post in the chat of any of the lives. But once you do so, then YouTube will alert you when I am live so that you can pop in. All right. I appreciate you guys. I love you, and I will see you in my next video.